Good morning, everyone. Ambassador Clarence Pilgrim, Permanent Secretary and UNDP's National Focal Point, Ministry of Works, Antigua and Barbuda. Ambassador Diane Black-Lane, Director, Department of Environment within the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and the Environment. Mr. Hugo Blanco, Deputy Representative, UNDP Barbados and the OACS. Representatives of partner agencies and organizations, esteemed country representatives, good morning. It is indeed fantastic to see everyone here this morning and to our participants joining us online as well. And it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this forum on NDC implementation in the region, made possible by UNDP's Climate Promise and the government of Antigua and Barbuda. Over the next 2 days, we look forward to your active participation in dialogue on the advancements in the region's adaptation and mitigation efforts. Now to start the proceedings, I would like to invite Ambassador Pilgrim, UNDP's focal point for Antigua and Barbuda, to give some brief remarks. Ambassador.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Chair. Let me adopt the protocols already established. Welcome to Antigua. Welcome to this country that is a part of a process that you too are part of. We are dealing with climate change, and you are change makers. This sub-regional workshop or forum will be an opportunity for us to exchange ideas, to look at new concepts, and to see how we can make a difference going forward. The work that we do here will benefit not only ourselves, but future generations to come. What you're doing here may seem like a simple process, but it is an important process. It is a dynamic process, one which will help you to imprint yourself on the history of climate change, not only in this sub-region, but as a world village. Our local Calypsonian, Shortshirt, King Shortshirt said, "At last, long last, the light is here. The light is now, and you are the light bearers." So, I offer you a challenge. 1 year from today, when you come back, take away from you 3 things from this forum that you commit to do. And in 1 year, report back on what it is you have accomplished to make sure that the outcomes that you seek are followed through, are fulfilled, and are delivered. On behalf of myself, the government of Antigua and Barbuda, and as the focal point for UNDP, let me welcome you heartily to the shores of Antigua and Barbuda, and may your deliberations be fruitful, productive, and life-saving to this planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Pilgrim. I'd now like to invite Ambassador Black-Lane to provide some remarks on the behalf of the Ministry of Environment. Ambassador Lane.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm here to actually provide some remarks on behalf of Minister Sir Malwin Joseph. He's the Minister of Health, Wellness, and the Environment, or as we would say at the DOE, the Environment, Health, and Wellness. And but he was unable to come today because the Ministry of Health is still quite demanding. But so Minister Joseph is very passionate about, Sir Malwin Joseph is very passionate about the environment, of course, and he's also very passionate about climate change and the impact of climate change. And some of the things that he would say to me all the time is that this is his, he says this every election year, but he said this is his last year of running for election, and it's really important for him to leave something for young people. And that is something that's really important to him. He was really proud at COP26 when 70% of our delegation was under the age of 30. And you see all of these young people with energy trying to do something for the planet. But his message to all of us is that we want to not only save the planet, but he is of the view that with all of our partnerships with UNDP and others, that young people can actually get transition and transform our economies so that they can have much better jobs. And not only just jobs, but to form their own businesses. So we're talking about forming their energy businesses. We're talking about forming their resilience businesses and construction businesses right here in Antigua and Barbuda. So that is something that he wants to see, and the name of this project, which is Climate Promise, is something that he really takes to heart. He also understands as a politician that this is not going to be easy. And so it's really important that projects like this are successful. And it's really important that we work closely with all of our partners. So today, it's really important for us to see in this room members of the private sector. So we're seeing one of our partners from West Indies Oil Company, welcome. They're transitioning with us and they're here. And we have private sector who provides electric vehicle, who's also here in the room. And we have our debt manager, Nadia Spencer, who's here with us, sitting next to the ambassador, who is also really important. She's our Green Climate Fund. Antigua and Barbuda is a board member of the Green Climate Fund, and she is our board member. Nadia, could you stand, please? Everybody can give her a round of applause. So Antigua and Barbuda hosted the Green Climate Fund B32 meeting, and at that meeting, Nadia really helped us to negotiate a package for small projects that is supposed to be expedited. So she's excited for you to go out and apply for the expedited approval and then tell her whether it's actually expedited or not, right, Nadia? And the small projects were initially at $10 million cap, and now they're $25 million, which makes a big difference to all of us when we're trying to transition and to get adequate funding. So we can engage the private sector properly. This is our private sector who is represented here today, and our private sector who would want to come and be part of the work that we're doing, because we cannot do it without them. We cannot do it without the young people, and we cannot do it without people like Minister Joseph, Sir Joseph, who also wants to leave a legacy that he left the planet and his work better off than when he started to work on it. So I would just like to say thank you very much for the opportunity for Minister Joseph to say something here and for me to participate and represent him. We are looking forward to working really hard to make a business out of making the planet good. It's not just to save it and be good and collect our halos when we go home, but we want to make money from it. We want to make a business out of it. We want to support our family with that, and we want to learn how to do that. We're a small island, only 100,000 people. So a lot of the information that we are getting quickly is coming through working with partners such as UNDP. So we can bring information really quickly so we can understand how to pivot, how to change, and always, whatever the business we're working on, we know for a fact that making money doesn't mean you have to compromise the environment. That has been debunked, the idea that we cannot do this. So we can, and we will, and our ministry and our minister and the Prime Minister himself, he's in Kigali right now at a Shogun meeting, and we're all here to make sure that we will transition well. It'll be a little bit painful, as you can see now, with the price of fossil fuel, but we will make it happen, and at the end of the day, we are confident that our lives will be better. So thank all of you, and thanks to our partners with UNDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Blacklane. I'd now like to invite Mr. Hugo Blanco, the Deputy Representative of UNDP, to provide some brief remarks on behalf of the organization.
Thank you, and good morning. Thanks, Ambassador Blacklane, Ambassador Pilgrim. I believe also Ambassador Frederick from Dominica is connected, or he will be joining us shortly. It's a pleasure to have him as well. Welcome to this Seminal Forum on NDC implementation. From us, from the UN family and the United Nations Development Program, it's a pleasure and a duty to be here. I think this is a conversation that needs to happen, and is happening, we like it or not. And the direction in which conversation is going to be shaped by people like you. As Ambassador Pilgrim was saying, this is a moment for reflection and decision. But let me start by thanking Antigua and Barbuda, the government of this country, and the Ministry of, how did you change the order? It was Environment, Wellness. Thank you so much for being a champion in the region. I really mean it. For your chairmanship of OASIS is a clear example of how the global Antigua and Barbuda is leading the global conversation, and for being a great partner for the UN family. We have traveled from many countries. We have emitted a lot of greenhouse emissions to be here, so we have to make this worthy, right? So I really encourage you to be active, to close the laptops as much as possible. I know it's not easy. And make good use of all the energy, the good ideas that are in the room. You will be impressed of what the outcome can be, because the idea is to see what are our targets. Can we achieve them or not? Are they realistic? Can we be more ambitious? And what's needed? Yesterday night we were talking about data gaps, for instance. How can we address those gaps? And how collectively we can find solutions is something that the governments can do. Do we need the regional institutions? Do we need a more stronger CARICOM, CARIFORUM? Do we need more OECS? Do we need more 5Cs? Do we need UN? Do we need civil society organizations? Do we need more private sector? And if the answer is yes, how and in which shape and form, and how do we bring all these partners together? The Paris Agreement talks about greenhouse gas emissions, but the conversation has to be about many other things. It has to do about energy. The chat is about poverty. It's about inequalities. It's about financing for development. What are the incentives for these countries to be green, to go green or blue? Is this a carrot or is it a stick? The conversation on financing for development, I think, is very important, and this is something where I personally believe the UN can play some role, because we know we don't have a plan B, right? A planet B, sorry, but do we want a planet? I don't want a planet B. I have a 2-month-old son. He's Bajan, as they would say. And I want him to be able to come to Barbados and the region, and with his sons and his grandsons in a decade, in 50 years. So this global conversation is of survival for SIDS. And I really mean it. So some people can say, okay, in Europe or in the States or right now in Russia, we go up, we go north, we go south. But where do we go in the Caribbean? So this is a very important conversation of survival. And UNDP, we added our dear friend COVID-19 to the mix to make things a little bit more complex. So the pressure on our families, on our communities, on our countries are even higher. But it's also an opportunity to think what recovery pathways do we want to follow? How the new investments are going to look like, and what are the criteria? In UNDP, we shifted gears, and climate, as PM Motley would say, the climate crisis is a priority. We have UNDP, we have presence in over 150 countries. We have about 20,000 people working, and last year we delivered $5 billion on development programs. And let me tell you, climate change is the top priority. And this conversation turned into the Climate Change Initiative, and that's why we are here. This conversation has to be very concise. We have to talk about policies. We have to talk about strategies. We have to talk about budgets. We have to talk about indicators, about targets. Because if we cannot measure, it's very difficult to see if we are progressing in the right direction. So I really count on all your good ideas. Let me finish by reaffirming UNDP commitment to be what you want us to be part of the conversation, to walk hand in hand on this difficult pathway. We really want to walk the talk and make sure that no one is left behind, because, again, the climate crisis is affecting the most vulnerable, as we were discussing with Ambassador Blackley. Thank you very much, and I look forward to very, hopefully, provoking and dynamic conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugo. In 2019, UNDP launched its Climate Promise Initiative as a direct response to the urgent call for support for countries to develop robust NDCs by 2020. To date, UNDP has supported over 120 countries to develop and enhance their NDCs, and thereby increasing their ambition. I'd now like to invite Ms. Maxine Welsh, Climate Promise Manager in the UNDP office in Barbados, to set the stage for us by delivering a succinct presentation on the implementation of the Climate Promise in the region.
Good morning, everyone. Acknowledging the protocol already established. When the world thinks of the Caribbean or islands in the Pacific or the Indian Oceans, the first images that come to mind are sandy beaches, palm trees, smiling faces, essentially overall a paradise. The reality is that many only remember these corners of the globe during the hurricane and cyclone seasons, when our lives are ripped apart by Category 4 and 5 systems. It is at that time we think about the increasingly intense weather events and how they are becoming fast and more furious. And we are therefore reminded that we need to arm ourselves with the tools needed to survive. Almost 7 years ago, 196 countries made a pact. The Paris Agreement signified a pledge and a commitment, essentially a promise to do more, to take a hard look at our society and the way that we treat each other and our planet. It was a profound agreement that brought greater attention to the challenges we faced, not just the Climate Promise or the Caribbean regions, but nations all across the globe. It was a commitment to reduce greenhouse gases, to manage our natural resources more effectively, and to bring a more inclusive approach to sustainability, all done through the nationally determined contributions, or the NDCs. Through the Climate Promise, UNDP supported countries in an inclusive and transparent engagement process that encouraged more ambitious commitments in their NDCs. Countries in the Caribbean and other small island states, across them there's a demonstration of bold leadership and ambition to face the impact of climate change. In the Caribbean, the UNDP Barbados and Eastern Caribbean Multi-Country Office supported Antigua and Barbuda, the Commonwealth of Dominica, Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines in activities toward the increased ambition and revision of their NDCs, but also in measures to support the implementation of these NDCs. Our host country, Antigua and Barbuda, there's a priority to transition away from fossil fuels and to promote growth of clean and sustainable energy. In the Promises partnership with organizations such as the International Labour Organization, ILO, support is being given to ensure that the just transition is a process that is inclusive and that dialogue within society prepare the workforce for this transition. Also, the development of a strategy for the improvement of the institutional capacity within the country was also critical to ensuring our support for the countries moving forward with its NDCs. In Grenada, one of the first SIDS to submit its enhanced NDC, there are plans in place to reduce emissions from refrigerants. This is one of the country's main contributions to greenhouse gases. Through the promise, there is an emphasis placed on the country's National Cooling Action Plan to provide insight on the costs associated with the country's efforts to minimize its consumption of HFCs and other harmful gases. The Commonwealth of Dominica. This country is exploring the potential to use biomass for energy production. With its recently approved NDC, the country aims to be completely sustainable with increased emphasis on its forestry sector and the use of waste products as an alternative energy source. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the country is also ensuring that women are the center of its climate action by focusing on a gender-responsive climate action plan. The promise, once again through collaborations, with this time with the project as the Engender Project, developed the NDC Gender Mainstreaming Roadmap. This, of course, will ensure that there is an all-rounded and whole-of-society approach toward NDC implementation. The efforts of these countries just in the Caribbean, and just these four, because there are more, are just a few examples of the continuation of the pledges made in 2015. Beyond these actions, we look forward to effective measures of implementation, and some of which may come from this very room today and our participants online. With opportunities like these, strides will be made towards securing a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. Colleagues, this brings the opening segment to a close. What I would like to do now is invite everyone to please come up to this side of the stage, my left, so we can just all grab a group photo quickly before we move into this first session of the day. Thanks. All right, good morning once again, everyone. So right now we are getting ready to move into our first session for the day, a panel discussion on panel discussion on leveraging NDCs to achieve energy security in the Caribbean. This session will be moderated by Mr. Fernando Andrade, UNDP's Regional Climate Technical Specialist for Latin America and the Caribbean. Right now, I'd like to invite the panelists who are here to make their way to the stage on my left. Ms. Carolina Ferreira, Program Technical Officer of ILO's Green Job Program. Mr. Gerard Lindo, Sustainable Energy Expert, Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. And Ms. Melissa LeBlanc, Department of Environment, Ministry of Health, Wellness, and the Environment. We have some participants joining us online as well. We have Mr. Edgar Hunter, Senior Technical Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, and Kalinago Upliftment of the Commonwealth of Dominica, as well as Ms. Arieta Rikai of the International Renewable Energy Agency. So I will now hand it over to the moderator for the first session.
Thank you, Lynn, and welcome to all our special guests today. I'm really glad to have this conversation on energy security in the Caribbean, because I think that that's a pressing issue, that we need to have these provoking conversations, as our Deputy Representative Hugo mentioned in his speech. And I have a special guest from different institutions that I think that they can provide a very interesting insight on what is need to be done, what do we have to achieve what we want to achieve. And to start, so I would like to give them the microphone so they can introduce themselves. And we would like to do this more like a friendly conversation rather than, it's not an interview. It's a friendly conversation, so we have everyone here that is willing to listen what you have to say. And of course, at the end of this session, we will have the floor open for any questions and answers that you may have for our guest today.
Thank you so much, Fernando. Good morning, everyone. I'm Carolina Ferreira. Before starting, I would like to thank you, Fernando, and UNDP colleagues for this invitation. I believe this is a great opportunity to continue this great collaboration that we have started working in Caribbean, but also in the Latin American region. So I'm Carolina Ferreira, a technical officer on green jobs for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm based in Costa Rica. So our role here in the region is to support countries and also our constituency, meaning countries, but also representatives of workers and employers on measures to promote green jobs and just transition. So we have a large portfolio here in the region, including some countries here in the Caribbean. And today I'm very excited to talk with you about some of our initiatives and how we promote just transition, and here now with a focus on energy. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Gerald Lindo. I'm with the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. It's a newish CARICOM organization that aims to help our member states with the energy transition, which obviously is a hard job. A lot of us recognize across the region that we need to move our energy systems to newer, more modern, better ways of doing things, but for whatever reason, we've not been taking those steps. I think it's a lot about thinking about risk aversion, really, and helping people to overcome those. Because it is about people, at the CCRE, we take a very people-centered approach. We try to think about what makes people take the decisions they do and how we can make it easier for them. We have to think really hard about processes. We have to think very hard about people's perceptions of risk. We have to think about their incentives. We have to think about what they really want to do and why. And it is through really taking that people-centered approach, that collaborative approach, that we hope we can achieve more success as we go. So I'm very glad to be on this panel, very glad to talk to you all about how we can make this energy transition move forward, and I look forward to the dialogue.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa LeBlanc. I'm a project coordinator and technical officer at the Department of Environment here in Antigua and Barbuda. I coordinate our latest electric mobility project, the Sustainable Low Emissions Island Mobility Project. And I also supported, I also gave technical support in the NDC CAP process in revising our NDCs. In revising our NDCs, of course, we looked at all the various technical needs, but based on the technical needs, we then went into what we would need from our workforce, and it then led into the just transition, which is, I think, a big topic that we're here to discuss today. So I'm looking forward to the dialogue and happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, to start this, I think that having in consideration the different backgrounds and expertises that you have, I would like to start with a question that I think it's very important to ask ourselves at this point, because we are always talking about ambition, and the NDCs needs to be more robust and with greater ambition. So, from your perspective, how compatible are the goals established in the NDCs of your countries or the countries that you're working with the capacity that the countries in the region has to diversify their energy resources, and achieve an energy security? So who would like to start to answer the question? Carolina?
Thank you, Fernando. This is a great question. Well, when we think about the goals on the NDCs, the next step is always the strategy to put them in place. So how can we devise, how can we elaborate policies, strategies, and measures that will allow us to achieve these goals that we have in the NDCs? And then comes this matter of capacity. And even when we consider developed economies, we see that capacity is not always there. When we have these goals for just transition, capacity is not necessarily there. But this is something that is rather built. So we need to focus on building the capacities with the resources, with the elements that we have in the countries, and also see and look for other alternatives to raise these resources, to raise this capacity also in the region and through collaborations as well. So, of course, when we were thinking about these strategies for NDCs, prioritization and coordination are key, no? To make sure that we put the efforts, we put our attention where we need to get and achieve these goals, and as it is the topic today in terms of just energy transition. But this is not that simple, as we know. And if we consider the current situation, I mean, we are all recovering from the pandemic that is still ongoing and is still affecting many countries very badly, including here in the region. And we have now another new element, that is the war in Ukraine, affecting prices of food, putting at risk food security. And if we consider Caribbean that imports 80% of its food, this is a major issue. We have also higher prices in oil, that of course also affects the situation here in the country, in the countries in the region. So of course, with all this scenario of recession, of attempts to recover, this affects all the considerations for the strategies that we put in place to implement the NDCs. And of course, these are unfolding situations. So it's quite difficult at the moment to analyze, to assess the impacts that this crisis will have on employment and will have on the economy. Of course, we can already feel some of these effects, as I mentioned, in prices, but we can start thinking about scenarios. So another point that I believe in this conversation that is important to take into account is that even though we are talking about the Caribbean, countries here, they are different. They have different economic structures. So for instance, we need to take into consideration how these higher prices of oil will impact the strategies of the countries to move towards renewable energy. So reading some of the assessments that have been done so far, mainly by ECLAC, that there is a very interesting study about this, we can see at least two scenarios. So first, either this crisis can can foster this transition towards renewable energy, especially in those countries that are dependent on importation on imports of hydrocarbons. And the second scenario that is mainly applicable to those countries that are net exporters of hydrocarbons, there can be some incentives to rather further explore these natural reserves. So therefore, it goes against what we have in the Paris Agreement and climate goals. But it's a bit premature to know exactly what's going to happen because this is an unfolding situation. We don't know when the war is going to be over, but it's important to have these elements into account as well. When we think about capacity, we cannot only look at the country, but we need to look also at the geopolitical situation that we are at the moment. And of course, this has an impact on jobs. So as we know, the pandemic hit very heavily jobs. We had very high rates of unemployment. And last year we had some recovery of these job positions that were lost. But then in 2020, the economic situation, as we know, it's not looking very great. So we can also expect some slowdown in the economic activity. So it means that we will not go back to the same rates of employment that we had before the pandemic. So this is also another element that we need to take into account when we devise policies and strategies for just energy transition to make sure that nobody is left behind. We know that in just energy transitions, there will be sectors that will be heavily impacted. Of course, the oil-related hydrocarbon sectors, and there will be jobs that can be created in the renewable sector. But we need to take into account that this transition is not done automatically. We do need coordination. We do need political will to make sure that this transition is inclusive, this transition is aligned with development goals, and to make sure that we have everybody who is part of these discussions at the table to negotiate. So the ILO, just to conclude, we have what is called the ILO Just Transition Guidelines. So this document was prepared by a committee of tripartite experts. As you know, the ILO is the only tripartite organization in the UN system. So we have governments, workers, and employers at the table to negotiate how we go forward in terms of labor. And they came up with these guidelines to make sure that we have a framework, a policy framework that we can look at it, can we get inspiration to guide our actions on just transition more broadly, but also applicable to just energy transitions. So therefore, we're looking at macroeconomic policies, industrial policies, sectoral policies, enterprises, promotion of enterprises, mainly small and medium enterprises, skills, that is also another component that is key in just energy transitions, social protection, mainly to support those workers who might lose their jobs, and also the communities that would be negatively affected. And also throughout all this and transversal to all these policies, we have social dialogue, putting at the table, bringing at the table the main stakeholders, and also gender considerations, because as we know, just energy transition will impact differently men and women, and without the right policies, without the right incentives for women to be part of this transition, there will not be, will not reduce the gender gap that we see at the moment. So with that, I will stop here. Thanks.
No, thank you, Carolina. And in fact, I think that we will need to hear more about that. So we're going to keep talking about this probably a little bit further in the session. But now, from the Chris standpoint, so how do you see this compatibility between the NDCs and?
That's a good question. On the surface, in as much as NDCs are nationally determined, you'd like to hope that countries are defining their NDCs within their national context and capacity. And I trust that they are. I have seen, shall we say, some conservative NDCs that definitely are cognizant of country capacity. But at the same time, I do see some very ambitious NDCs as well. And trying to find the balance between those two is important. But again, the context within the region, within small island states generally, is one of, if not limited capacity, then vulnerability to things. We don't necessarily have the resilience or the capacity to absorb shocks in the way that other people can. Carolina mentioned the COVID pandemic and the war. A colleague from the Caribbean Development Bank, he mentioned that since the war in Ukraine started, because of the spike in energy prices, collectively Caribbean countries have paid more in extra energy costs than the entirety of the CDB's lending portfolio, than the entirety of what they get from bilateral aid. So in terms of the way we get walloped by some of these international events, we need to really think about capacity within that context, right? The vulnerability is something that sadly we cannot escape. But nevertheless, let's think a bit about what capacity means. And I think you can think about it on a couple of dimensions. The first always is human, right? We think about the human capacity we have in the region, and I'd say it is quite high in terms of the quality of people, in terms of the technical capacity of some of the officers we have in the public sector and within the private sector as well. But where we have some difficulty, I think, is just the number of people. We're small islands, right? The kind of work that one person does in some of our ministries, 20 people will be doing elsewhere. And so just getting past the sheer numbers question is something that we have to struggle with. That affects the institutional capacity, obviously, because institutions are built on people. I think because of our democratic traditions within the region, we have good institutions, well constructed, but again, because of the people factor, sometimes it's difficult. I would say that regionalism there is vital, right? Because we are so small, it is by coming together that we can overcome some of these issues. I've seen it in climate change negotiations, for instance. If you have a delegation of 2-3 people, obviously you cannot be in every room at once in Bonn. But if you have all 14-15 countries coming together, sharing the burden, sharing resources, I think we can do a lot more than we can do individually. Now, financial capacity is always something we have to contend with. And we mentioned the way we've been walloped by these external events. And so you have to think that financial capacity is definitely not as high as you'd want it to be. We do not have the resources to throw at some of these issues. But at the same time, I think there is a bit of a ray of hope because there is such a strong set of economic incentives towards the transition because of the high cost of energy in the region, because of the benefits for resilience. I think we have quite a bit of a push financially towards getting where we need to go, because getting where we need to go is going to help us financially. The question is, how do you unlock the private sector finance? How do you unlock more actors, more funds coming into space rather than just the government? Because I think that's what's going to really make things happen. Now, all of that said, while I think the capacity question is a mixed bag, we do have to keep sight of the reality of NDC implementation. And sad to say, most countries in the region are not on track to meet their very ambitious energy targets. It's not that they can't. I think the technology is there. I think the people are there, though we need to come together to make them more than just individuals. But the truth is we're not on track to be where we need to be. And I think contending with that and figuring out how to deal with that is the topic of this conversation and many more conversations to come.
Am I on?
Yes, now please, Melissa, is working your mic?
I think so.
Okay, yeah, great. So what is your perspective on this question from the government side, right?
So, like I said, I was very closely involved in the NDC revision process here in Antigua and Barbuda. And our NDC, our energy and transport energy, actually our whole NDC is very ambitious. And I have to acknowledge that. But there's purpose behind it. And I could go through the list of them. But the first thing being that the longer that we take to transition is the more expensive the transition will be. So that was one of the first things under consideration. And a second thing to note is that whilst our NDC targets are ambitious, the majority of them are conditional based on accessing finance, whether it be funds that are raised locally, regionally, internationally. Because, for example, in our IRENA Renewable Energy Roadmap, one of the I think it was maybe about 90% renewable energy could cost us $500 million US. And in my opinion, I think that's a conservative figure because they're using prices that are seen internationally. As much as they try to consider it, it's difficult to assess the landed cost of technologies in islands because at times it can be 3 to 5 times more expensive than is seen internationally. So seeing something like $500 million US, and that simply considers the technology part of the transition. So we have to consider how we're going to raise the finance to do so. I do believe it is technologically possible. The technologies are available. The issue really would be access to finance. So that comes into the next point of why ambitious NDCs are really important, because as a small island, we need to make a statement. We need to attract finance. So not only are we making a statement internationally, letting the more developed countries know what ambition really looks like, but also we're making a statement that, in other words, pay attention to us. We're ready to make the transition here, and we have these big ambitious NDC targets. Help us get there. We have the will. We just need the help to get there. Oh gosh, there's so many things.
No, actually, that's great, Melissa, because I think that this is very in line with what Gerard said and Carolina. So, international institutions, organizations, we are willing to help and try to make this, that the work that the governments are doing are institutionalized and they work on themselves to achieve their targets. Those are nationally determined contributions, but if the capacities are lagging somehow, and if the goals are too big to be reached, so probably you're going to need some kind of support to, put the foot on the ground and try to understand what are the best way to first set the targets and second how to get them. So with all that you have said, I just want to ask it to the organizer, do we have someone online? Okay, perfect. So, with all that you have said, so it probably it would be good to have a discussions a little bit more deeper on what you just said. So, for example, Carolina, I have a very interesting question, like following up what you just mentioned before regarding achieving energy security and a just transition and skilling people. So, my question is, to achieve this energy security through renewable energies will require a workforce that has new skills and abilities that may be scarce in the labor market today because of this transition. So what are your recommendations to governments to ensure that the required workforce is in place for this transition? And what are the consequences if no action is taken?
Well, thanks, Fernando. Yes, indeed. So skills, they are at the core of any transition, and particularly at just energy transition. So as we know, we will need to have a skilled labor force in order to meet the future demands of occupations, of new occupations, or even modified occupations in the energy sector. And this is unfortunately not yet the case in most countries. So I would say that a first step, and this is how we at the ILO usually start supporting countries when we start working on skills, is to first identify and anticipate the skills that will be needed, and of course aligned with national priorities, aligned with those sectors that are described in the NDCs. So, for instance, if the goal in a country is to promote solar photovoltaic solar energy, it's important that we have the skilled workforce to, for instance, to install this new equipment, to maintain, and to make sure that we have a market for this new emerging sector. So it's very important to invest on skills. But the first thing is to understand what are the needs for the future, or what occupations will be developed. And this can be linked to what we were talking before about how many jobs can be created. No, so to quantify these jobs, but also to understand the quality of those jobs. So skilling processes has also to do with the quality of these jobs, to make sure that we have qualified workforce who also understands their rights, their, how they can engage in this new sector. So it's very important to understand, to make this first assessment. Now, the second thing that is often very important is how can we deliver these skills? So there is only one pathway that can be suggested to countries, but there is a variety of pathways that a country can follow. That includes, for instance, working through apprenticeship. And then there we work together with employers, so with the private sector. We were talking before about how important it is to engage other actors in just energy transition. So this is a great opportunity to work together with the private sector, work with higher education, so bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs that offer a curricula that is aligned with the needs of the future. We also have, of course, training programs for vocational training now with TVET institutions. So this is also very key, to work together with TVET institutions to build courses, build programs that can address these future needs. And last but not least, on-site trainings. So again, working together with the private sector. So this is also something that is very important because as we know, many times the company themselves, they know what they need. So often they go ahead and they create their own training programs. They created these programs on site. They send employees to be trained abroad. Already thinking about a bit about this. How can we work regionally? For instance, in the case of the Caribbean, how you can, since it's very small countries, how you can work together among different countries to build these necessary skills that can be common to different countries. And then, of course, thinking about that, it comes also the standardization of curricula. So to make sure that we have qualified people, we have also programs of quality, that address the needs of the future. So work together to build this standardized curricula that includes, for instance, similar programs, similar types of assessments, and so on. So this is very important as well to have a very skilled workforce. And I would mention one more point that to me is crucial and that our colleague here was also mentioning is financing. So how can we financially also support TVET institutions, educational institutions to make sure that this curricula is built, but also the infrastructure for delivering these courses. So, of course, now during the pandemic, we saw a tendency towards digitalization and towards online courses, right? So how can we tap into these opportunities that were created to create more flexibility and reach a larger number of students, to get skilled in certain occupations with certain competencies and skills that are needed for the future. So very summarizing in a nutshell, I would say that this would be the key aspects. And before finalizing, one or two more things that I believe that is also extremely important is coordination. So we are talking about skills, and here in the case about energy, for renewable energy, it's also important to promote coherence, policy coherence. So bring together different line ministries, different educational institutions, the private sector, also workers' organizations. It's very important to have them at the table to come up with these policies that can support these just energy transitions and the building of these skills. So I believe that this part of having the adequate institutional coherence, institutional structure is important. Together with finance, I believe that these are extremely important points when we think about skills for just energy transition.
Now, this is awesome, Carolina, and probably before moving forward to Gerard, so there's something that probably I believe that the assistants here we would like to hear a little bit more is, you mentioned on your first answer about that the challenges are affecting in an unequal way men and women for this transition. So do you see that the governments need to put in place like special policies to make sure that these inequalities are addressed during the just transition part of all this process?
No, the gender aspect is indeed very important, and it's important that this is taken into account from the beginning. So from the anticipation of skills, already have the segregation to understand how the jobs and occupations of the future, how they can be occupied by men and women according to, these assessments that are being made. So for instance, in our assessments, we always look at how many jobs can be created to men, how many jobs can be created to women. And now more and more often also to youth, young people. We know that especially in the Latin American and Caribbean region, youth unemployment is extremely high. So it's also very important to look at this, let's say, more vulnerable groups and make sure that we understand from the beginning how can we devise, how can we elaborate policies that integrate these groups. Now, to be more concrete, I would say that is, looking at, for instance, the STEAM, sciences, technology, and mathematics, is normally like the occupations that involve the STEAM, skills and competences. It's very male-dominated. So how can we make sure that from basic education, women, girls, also feel interested about these topics, about these competences, and later on in life, they decided to work on these occupations that involve these skills. So it starts very early now in the educational system. And of course, a bit later on to make sure that there are strategies and policies in place that can encourage women in certain occupations. And one very concrete way to do that is through active labor market policies. So if we consider, for instance, employment services of governments, very often it's offered, for instance, capacity building trainings once someone is on unemployment benefits. So why not to make sure that in these trainings, in this capacity building for women, there is also some incentive there for women to be capacitated in these occupations, in these competences that is normally more male-dominated. So this is a very concrete way to make sure that you are encouraging women in these future occupations.
Thank you, Carolina. I couldn't agree more. I think that is, if we want to achieve our climate targets, we all have to work together. And if we do not have the capacities equally, so we hardly are going to get there. So before moving to Jared, so if you allow me, please, I was just informed that we have the colleagues from IRENA who have joined us online. So I think that we are just on time. Can you please help me put in online the colleagues from IRENA? I believe is...
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, Arieta.
Yes.
Hello, Arieta. Very nice that you could make it. So, can you please help us because we don't see Arieta? Okay, perfect. Arieta, thank you very much for joining us. So I'm going to give you the chance to introduce yourself to all the audience, and I am probably want to follow up with a quick question that we were just discussing about energy security in the Caribbean region, and I am sure that Irina has like very interesting and important insights to share with us and with the audience. So please, Arieta, go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished participants and panelists. My name is Arieta Manelewo-Rakai. I'm the team lead for the SIDS lighthouses at the International Renewable Energy Agency. So our work here in IRENA, Chair, in supporting the small island developing states' energy transition efforts. We want to ensure that it's not only just, but inclusive, as my fellow panelists have said. And, we have seen the political will that SIDS have shown in their NDCs. And we work with partners to provide the support, the necessary support in implementing these NDCs, looking at the various policy packages, aligning and coupling renewable energy efforts with energy efficiency, energy conservation, as this is one of the low-hanging fruits, looking at the decarbonization of not only the electricity sector, but looking at the MU sectors as well, including transport, the nexus, food and water security, is important to see. We are always inundated with natural disasters, and yet we are quite resilient. And I believe that even with our climate efforts, that SIDS will be able, with the right support, will be able to achieve their NDC targets. We are also looking at capacity building. My colleague from Antigua and Barbuda had mentioned the Antigua roadmap, renewable energy roadmap that we had developed. We want to ensure that even though there's a plan, but we want to transition the workforce together with the technology. That doesn't mean a one-off training, but retraining of the human resources and ensuring there is the right support in place. We also want to ensure that there is coordination amongst partners. We've noticed that over the years that, in states, the energy sector is quite small and there are so many players. At times, government are able to coordinate themselves, and yet we as partners come in with competitive, priorities. And so we are trying to work closely with your agency, UNDP, through the Climate Promise. We are working with NDC partnership, and through the lighthouses we have over 70 partners that we work with in trying to coordinate this support that we provide to SIDS at both the national and regional levels. It's important that we work closely too with the regional entities. My colleague from SICRI was on the panel, and as well as CARICOM, as well as the financing institutions. Lastly, I just want to touch a bit on project facilitation and financing, Chair. We are not an implementing agency, but through the Climate Investment Platform and through the Energy Transition Accelerator financing, we are hoping that we can secure the right type of finance, that works for SIDS, beneficial to both SIDS and the investors, with good returns on investment and lessening the transaction costs. So I'll stop there as part of my introduction, and then I'll come back if there's any follow-up questions. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Arieta. And of course, we're coming back to you with more questions, and especially after all that you have mentioned about different subsectors, and probably you could tell us a little bit more about the climate investment platform. But before getting there, I would like to move forward with Gerard with the question that we had for you. With Carolina, we were talking about the skills and how you need to start to build in these capacities. But what for? So we know that there are a series of tools, methodologies that can be used to promote the energy transition. And can you explain a little bit more about what are these tools, or what of those tools are more suitable for the Caribbean context, and what kind of policies need to be in place to enforce the use of these tools?
Sure. And I do want to associate myself very strongly with what Carolina shared, because I think within what she's shared is exactly how you need to think about these tools and methodologies. What we need to do is enable people to act, right? And part of that is building their skills so they have those tools with which to act. Part of it is labor force protections and respecting gender, respecting people in a way that enables them to act rather than, oppresses them in various ways. Whatever we do, whatever tools, methodologies we deploy, they need to be done in a spirit of increasing people's capabilities, increasing the amount of information they have so they can make better decisions, and increasing their freedom to act. Now, in addition to the labor force matters that were addressed, I think there are a number of technical, policy, regulatory tools that, again, increase people's freedom, enables them to take action rather than to kind of wait for action. I think it starts with data. I do think that we have a lot of good energy sector data because, energy is taxed. And so there's a lot of it data that gets collected. But a lot of it is kind of top-down macroeconomic, not necessarily bottom-up about consumer preferences, about what makes people take the decisions they kind of want to take. And so getting better data, more granular, more gender disaggregated, more focus on a kind of bottom-up picture of what energy looks like in a country, I think that's a place we have to start, and organizations like IRENA and others are certainly leading in that. Now, once you get that data, it's a question of what you do with it, how you manipulate it, right? I do think that there are various energy modeling tools and methodologies that are absolutely vital. I remember earlier on, many moons ago, when people were looking at their NDCs, a lot of it was, and I hate to simplify or to lampoon it, but sometimes like, we're going to aim for 20%, 30%, 50% of renewable energy, and who knows how we get there, right? I think the question gets answered through some of these energy modeling tools that we have. Packages like LEAP, I'm quite a big fan of that. We use Plexus a lot in the center, but however you look at it, basically you need the technical modeling tools so you can say how your energy sector is going to transform. It's not just going to be 20% or 30%, it's going to be this much solar, this much hydro, this much biomass. I think answering those questions in a way that allows, again, people, whether they be policymakers or investors, to act, by giving them clearer targets is going to be absolutely critical. Now, another thing that enables people to act is standards, right? Carolina mentioned standards a bit as well in terms of making sure that the quality of the educational products are standardized, but standards go beyond that as well. I think standards reduce risk for people because they don't have to necessarily make up a solution for their particular building or their particular installation. They can refer to a standard that says, if you are going to build something, here's how you build it. And indeed, where the standards are mandatory, and I'm a big fan of that, it obliges people to act. So it's no longer, oh, can we afford to do this? Should we do this? I don't know, really, no. It is, we have to do this as a matter of regulatory compliance, and therefore action is presumed. It enables people, enables corporate boards to take those steps because you're telling them to do it. I also think that in terms of financial tools, we need to think about things that are fit for purpose, right? I think a lot of times we throw money at banks and say, please lend to people for this purpose, but the bank might not be the right tool. They might want to do other sorts of lending. They have their own frameworks for risk management, their own kind of transactions that they like to do. So sometimes it's about finding the right institutions through which to channel finance. I think through integrated utility services, utilities are a great way increasingly to deliver energy services by providing financial tools. I think that purpose-driven funds that are more interested in specific targeted objectives as opposed to just getting money out the door. Thinking about creating those sorts of tools, institutional tools, if you will, is pretty important. Now, in terms of methodologies as well, one thing we've had some success with at the center, and we're hoping to replicate it, is the integrated resilience and resource planning. The IRRP is what we call it. Integrated resource planning has been a tool within the energy sector for a long time. Basically, what you do is you think about what demand is going to be going forward. You think about how you're going to meet that demand with infrastructure. What we have done to iterate on this approach is that we brought resilience into it, right? That means that the analysis takes on a kind of multi-criteria aspect to it. You're not just thinking about lowest costs, but least regrets. What sort of energy system is resilient to some of the shocks we've spoken about before? And in doing that, you necessarily bring more data and more people to the table. It's not just the electricity utilities doing their thing behind closed doors and then the climate people wonder what they're getting up to. No, you bring them to the table from the start, and that breaks down a lot of the silos that we have in government that, again, stop action. You're enabling people to act because you are giving them more information from more sources, and you're bringing them to the table rather than leaving them out of the room. And I think that's absolutely vital. I could go on for quite a bit longer because there are a lot of tools, a lot of approaches, but let me pause there and we can move on with the conversation.
Sure. No, this is actually, there are a couple of things that are resonating to me right now. And first, you talked about finding the right institutions to move finance. And I think that now we're talking about including the private sector into the conversation. And I think it's very, very important to get into this conversation. And we will later on in this forum. And also something that I really liked about on your first answer that you talked about regionality. And I believe that different international organizations and different governments, different countries are doing different things for the same purpose. And so being small islands and being close to each other and sharing a lot of things, so it just makes sense that we start to talk to each other more often. And all these regional institutions, I think that play a very, very important role. And here, so I would like to move forward to Melissa, because there are things that Antigua and Barbuda are doing right now that I think that may be particularly important to get the lessons from there, and some other countries in the region can learn from it. And so the government of Antigua and Barbuda has identified, as far as I know, they have identified the inclusive renewable energy strategy as one of their means of implementation for the NDCs. Can you talk us about a little bit of this strategy and what are the challenges so far? Because I believe that we can all learn from those challenges, so we can, fast track all the actions towards the NDC implementation in the region.
Yes, of course. So the Inclusive Renewable Energy Strategy was something that came out of the NDC CAP process. And we, again, like I would have said earlier, the energy transition is going to cost us a whole lot, and we can't just rely on any one sector to get us there. So we're looking at the residential sector, small businesses, persons to get involved in investing in renewable energy, and again, it's cost prohibitive. So in that, we're looking at ways to bring the cost of renewable energy technologies down in Antigua and Barbuda, so that these small businesses can get involved and can get there. So as part of one of our projects, we are exploring mass procurement to reduce the cost of renewable energy, the landed cost of renewable energy technologies in the islands. And further from that, we have our Sustainable Island Resource Framework Fund, where we provide low interest or low cost financing for persons within vulnerable communities to access resilience building for their homes, and as a part of that, renewable energy technologies. So if I'm to talk about challenges, well, the first challenge I think I mentioned already, which is the cost of technologies and access to technologies. So there's that, and then there's also who are they going to go to get to these technologies? I think we have maybe a top 5 or top 10 installers that everybody goes to, but we also need to think about building capacity, and of course coming back to the just transition of the workforce. Our NDCs talk about a giant transition. Who's going to be our workforce to do that? So as a part of our strategy, and the thing is we're in the beginning of implementation now, and of course there's going to be a lot more to come, but what we've found so far working with TVET institutions, technical vocational education, so on and so forth, is that they really, they're coming from a place of zero. They don't have access to these new technologies. They've been running with the same programs that they've had for years and years. So an example from one of them that we've been working very closely with, we've donated technologies such as an atmospheric water generator, which is essentially a really fancy way of a water cooler, but it's pulling water from the atmosphere essentially. There's that. I think we also donated a solar air conditioning unit, and we're donating an older electric vehicle as well. Because, when we go and we drive in the electric cars and we say, they said, I've not even seen an electric car. I don't even know what you're talking about. We don't know where to start. So by donating these technologies to them, it gives them room for the teachers as well as the students to be incorporated in research and development and developing the curriculum that they need moving forward. Because, the issue I think a lot of us notice is that there's always a lot of talk, but we need action. And we need to incorporate everyone in our strategy moving forward. We can't just tell them, okay, this is what you have to do. We have to bring them in to the development of how this is going to move forward. I'll stop there for now.
No, thank you, Melissa. And the last that you just said, research and development, I think that's quite important, and it's very in line on what Jared said about data generation. That it's not like imported information from elsewhere, but specific information for the countries in the region. And I will also like to highlight the aspect of the cost and access of technology. You have mentioned this during the whole intervention, and I think that this opens the door for my next question to Arieta from Irina. Can we put Arieta, please, online? Hi, Arieta, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly, Chair. Thanks.
Awesome, awesome. Look, so you just heard Melissa talk about the challenges that they have faced regarding the strategy that they have used as a means of implementation for the NDCs, and the costs and access to the technology have come out like quite often. So I wanted to ask you, Rita, so based on the renewables readiness assessment that you have made for the region, have you identified some type of energy mix or technologies that could be the most effective and that can be effectively transferred in the most cost-efficient way to the countries, to the islands in the region?
Thanks, Chair. Let me just start off by addressing the cost issue. Whilst Irene analysis show that renewable energy costs are, declining, it's not the same for SIDS. And, we are trying to work with partners in identifying how to address the landing costs that were mentioned, because this all, piles up the cost on the renewable energy technology itself. But the way Antigua and Barbuda has done it in terms of combining, their procurement processes is quite an excellent example for other SIDS to follow. Irene analysis show that, solar and wind with battery storage at the moment is the biggest uptake. It's on the increase for all the three SIDS regions. But as we also transition the transport sector, the e-mobility acts as a storage as well. So if we combine all these, technologies and put it together as, in a procurement as a project, I believe this will reduce the landing costs immensely. Yeah? But again, we have to ensure that standards are in place, certificates, the worthiness of these technologies. We are in, islands that are faced with natural disasters, and we don't want these technologies to be destroyed in a matter of months or years. I think it's also important that whilst we look at the standards and the quality, the tailor-made R&D component of it continue. And I think this hub should be in the islands itself. This technology should be tested. And if partners can work together in, financing these technologies as part of R&D innovation for islands, that will also contribute to reducing the cost for SIDS. The other technologies that is coming out clearly from Irene analysis is the rooftop solar, since we have limited land space, and of course floating solar and wind. So these are other technologies that the R&D is starting to move into. I believe for some countries in the Pacific, they've also started to look at green hydrogen and ocean technology. I believe that some Caribbean SIDS have looked into this and were not feasible, or this is not the right time. But, when we are looking at the big picture, the targets for 2050, or what we want to achieve in 2030, we have to look at this in a holistic manner. And this, again, comes together with data, the right analysis, and capacity building, training and retraining, and ensuring that everyone is working together in coordination. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Arieta. And well, what you just said, I think that it deserves like a full session actually to talk about the technologies and the cost of technologies and how can we transfer those technologies at the better cost for countries. But now I think that we have a few minutes left, so I'm gonna open the floor for the audience to see if you have any questions for our panelists. So I believe there's a question.
Somebody raise their hand.
Yes, thank you. The name is Mark Bino, Caribbean Community Climate Change Center. The discussion is indeed very informative, and I'd just like to put maybe two issues on the table. Firstly, we are speaking about a strategy for NDC implementation, moving beyond promise to realization. Importantly would be how many of our NDCs have actually been costed to allow us to be able to see precisely what quantum of funds we're looking for, rather than just throwing a figure out there. That would be my first question. Secondly, I think in all the discussions around capacity, we cannot neglect, and I think a few of the contributors brought this out, access to financing. How do we build capacity to unlock some of this financing that's out there? It's not just whether the quantum is there, but how do we access it, and access it in an agile and short time frame. I'm giving you this example because our experience has been, particularly with multilateral financial institutions, that it can take somewhere between 4 to 5 years from concept development to actual accessing those funds. Now, we have seen just this year how some of the assumptions have changed. By the time the funds arrive, conditions have changed on the ground. Let's take inflation. Now, can we now build a plant, or will we have to build half a plant? So how do we deal with some of that? I will stop there for now to give others a chance. Thanks.
Do you have those questions for a panelist in particular, or would you like to hear their?
I am throwing it out to the panel. I'm not identifying anyone in specific, in particular. Thanks.
I don't know, Carolina, Melissa, please.
I think I have a really short response. So in terms of if we've costed our NDCs, so within our renewable energy roadmap that was done with the support of IRENA, we did cost the transition of our electricity sector. So that had us in the range of $500 million US. But again, like I would have said earlier, it's more of a starting point almost. We do expect that it can and will likely cost more. We're currently under the Sustainable Low Emissions Island Mobility Project, looking at costing the transition to 100% electric vehicles. So to answer your question, at least I could say for Antigua and Barbuda, it's underway. Thank you.
To add very briefly, I think this underlines why it's important for there to be robust planning methodologies and also collaboration between the many actors. The reason why you can cost the infrastructural cost of a transition is because presumably someone in the electricity sector at the utility is saying, okay, these are the sorts of investments we have to make. There needs to be collaboration between different silos of government for that to happen, and there needs to be good planning tools so that you can say what the cost of a particular piece of infrastructure is. And I think those tools exist. The question is whether or not they have been deployed in the NDC planning process. I think as we move forward, it gets better and better.
No, perhaps just to complement, I fully agree with you. There are some tools, but the issue is how to implement them. There are tools to cost NDCs, but so far, at least from what I've seen, normally these costing exercises, they focus on a determined sector. So here, for instance, we were talking about energy, just energy transition. But when we see just transition more broadly in an economy, we should also include other sectors. We should also include other policy areas that are important for this transition. For instance, social protection. Now there is a very big discussion on how to cost social protection measures for both mitigation to support those workers that risk losing their jobs, but also on adaptation So there, then we are talking more about the resilience of workers and populations that are affected by climate change. So how to cost these policies is also extremely complex and require expertise, require support. But I would say, and I fully agree with you, that little by little we get there, we support countries, and also we promote knowledge exchanges among regions, within regions. This can be extremely helpful. And on access to financing and how to unlock them, this is also an extremely important question, because we see that there are many pledges in the last COP. There were pledges to raise more money, more funds for mitigation activities and also adaptation. So how to unlock this potential is very important, and we see that we are progressing towards there, but we are not there yet. So how to support countries, how to support stakeholders to access those funds is extremely important. And there I would say that international cooperation, as we do with countries, and as I mentioned before, through knowledge exchange, regional, sub-regional knowledge exchange, can also be a way to access those funds, to access those opportunities that will allow us to implement these measures.
And I would like to quickly just comment on that, accessing to finance. I know that probably that's going to be the main question through all the sessions that we're going to have during the today and tomorrow. And there are different ways and strategies. So it's not that I would like to put on the spotlight to Arieta, but she's from IRENA and UNDP. We have been working on the climate investment platform. So probably, Arieta, I don't know if you are there, and you can please give us like a very short information about what is the climate investment platform and how is this all these de-risking exercises that help unlock these investments towards sustainable development projects.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me address the costing of the NDCs first before I go into the project facilitation. IRENA had analyzed the first round of NDCs for SIDS, and for the Caribbean SIDS alone, it was around 9 billion. It needed 9 billion to meet the renewable energy targets that were in the NDCs. We're working now with AOSIS to update this analysis, and the draft figures we are getting at the moment is about 4 to 5 times the 9 billion. That 9 billion we needed the international community to contribute 6 billion. So, we have increased our ambition, and that also means lots of money. Moving on to CIP, the Climate Investment Promise, as well as the ETAF. We support members, including SIDS, in developing bankable proposals. And the Climate Investment Platform is like a virtual marketplace where we match the proposal to either the partners that provide grants or philanthropies or multilateral agencies or banks that provide loans on good return on investment and so forth. And we also have a twin platform that we are kicking off with financing from the United Arab Emirates of $400 million. So they just signed on the MESDA as the technical arm of this facility, but it is a loan facility. But they're really targeting SIDS and LDCs to be supported, and hoping that in supporting SIDS, they lower the transition costs. I have provided Maxi with a slide deck with more information, and it'll be good to distribute it to the participants. So if they have any more questions, then they can reach out to us. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Arieta. Do we have time for one more last question? Okay, please.
Thank you very much to the panelists for sharing your knowledge. if one were to take a microscopic view at the SDGs, we can see that they're heavily based on behavior change. I am CARICOM is a statement that was launched just over a year ago. But looking at the bigger picture, I am CARICOM. I am from the OECS. I am CARICOM. I'm from South America. Taking those dynamics into consideration, what has CARICOM done so far to address those challenges for persons who are from different areas and looking at different forms of currencies? How does CARICOM propose to bring together, taking into consideration that the NDCs are coming out of discussions and other areas by different countries? How is CARICOM as an umbrella as an umbrella organization looking to see how well equity can be achieved? Thank you.
I'll take first stab at it, coming from a CARICOM institution. I think one of the first things that CARICOM has done is institutionalizing a lot of the solutions to the problems that we have. You're sitting right next to Dr. Bino. The 5 C's emerged because there was a common regional challenge, and you needed to have an institution which could coordinate activities in that. CCRE, same sort of thing. We recognize that there's a common regional challenge with respect to energy. Yes, it's different in different countries. Everybody has their own particular iteration of the problem, but bringing institutional capacity to bear on that problem by bringing people from across the region, expertise across the region, and deploying it to the various places in the region where it's needed is one of the first ways that CARICOM has worked. I'd add as well that CARICOM has spent a lot of time promulgating certain tools and methodologies and approaches. So I mentioned the integrated resource and resilience planning approach earlier, trying to get every country to take on this idea, this approach to how you deal with energy sector planning. It's difficult, right? Everybody has their own energy law, everybody has their own energy situation, everybody has their own regulation. And yet, I believe it was, I want to say August 2020 or maybe 2021, don't quote me, but there was a decision of the COTED, that's the Council for Trade and Economic Development, to formally adopt the IRP methodology as the preferred way of going forward for the region. So all the ministers in the region have agreed to a united approach. And by agreeing to this united approach, we can start deploying the same sorts of methodologies across the region through the CCRE. And because everybody's kind of using the same approach, we can all learn from the same playbook. So the things that we learned in Guyana, we took those to St. Kitts. The things that we learned in St. Kitts, we can take that to the next country. The things that we learned in Trinidad, in Jamaica, et cetera, et cetera. We find a different situation in each country, certainly, but we learn and we institutionalize those learnings and we make them available for the region through various knowledge platforms that we have in the CCRE. For example, the Caribbean Energy Knowledge Hub, the CKH, which is available to all. It's online. It shares some of the lessons that we learn everywhere. Now, I'd say that part of the challenge is that the way CARICOM is set up, we cannot direct any country. We cannot tell anybody what to do. We make certain things available, we show them the benefits, and it's up to the countries then to decide what they do next. That's a problem of political coordination internationally that I think exists everywhere because of the sovereignty of states. But we do what we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the question and the answer. I believe we have another question from the audience.
Yes, we have a question from one of our participants online.
Sure.
Okay. Given the diversity of cultures within the Eastern Caribbean and the Caribbean as a whole, what can or has been done to utilize culture to further the NDC project development as well as adaptation? One example being the inclusion of women from an early age in the training of development. So again, what can or has been done to utilize culture to further the NDC project development as well as adaptation? Do any of our panelists on stage want to tackle that question? Or perhaps we have, okay.
I can perhaps try to address this one because it's a very interesting question. How to utilize culture to further NDC development and adaptation. I believe that when we talk about culture, we are talking about local expertise. We are talking about how to use local knowledge to implement these NDCs. And one thing that comes to mind is, but then it's an example from the Latin American region, but not necessarily from the Caribbean. But just to put out there as an example, it would be in the case of goals on the NDCs for agriculture and forestry, in which certain local knowledges, tools, methodologies, processes are used from indigenous communities. So I believe that this is extremely important to also indicate how these local knowledges of indigenous peoples, local communities could be and actually should be articulated to address NDCs. And I believe that the same should be taken into account for the Caribbean. A lot here is such an interesting sub-region because there is so much here that is unique to the SIDS, is unique to the Caribbean. And I believe that this local knowledge that has been produced, even if we take at a more sub-regional level, that can be extremely interesting and important for NDC development and also for adaptation. I mentioned a bit earlier about these knowledge exchanges. I believe that more and more there's also interest in countries in the sub-region to exchange their knowledges, exchange experience. And I believe this is very helpful also to understand very concretely what works and what doesn't work. And in these conversations, you can devise new strategies, you can understand how you can adapt and how you can actually come up with better plans for the implementation of the NDCs. So I hope this at least partially addresses the question.
I think I could say something probably, again, really quickly. In Antigua and in Trinidad, and I guess in other Caribbean islands, there's this concept of almost maybe shared funds between friends. In Antigua, I think it's called a box hand. In Trinidad, a susu, and I guess it has other names in other countries. I think that was the idea behind our Sustainable Island Resource Framework Fund, because it is a rolling fund. So when people do borrow money and pay it back, then it's a fund that can roll and it can continue to work that way. So I think that was one of the ways that Antigua included its culture in looking at NDC implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa and Carolina. Yes, indeed. I think that this knowledge, ancestral and local knowledge, probably not too much for the side of energy, but other sectors like LULUCF, for instance, may have like a very like a huge impact on how you can set different measures and activities to achieve the NDC goals. But probably from the energy side, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. However, I believe that we have one more question from the audience. Yes, please, go ahead.
Hi, Stanley Barreto from Megapower, private sector. Two questions. One is directed specifically at Carolina, and the other one is a general to the whole panel. A lot of talk is we, and I understand as an engineer as well as an international developer, we NDCs are contributed by we. It is a public sector contribution by governments to determine what they wish to do, what they hope to achieve. But it's been very minimalistic on the concept of incorporating the private sector. And I know that conversation has been said by the panel many times. And for example, and you hit on the nail on the head about finance. As you said, you indicated that a lot of this conversation today might talk about finance. But as a private sector individual, I think a lot of that finance, we want to give it, believe it or not. But how and when and under what means? And what I think the issue that we keep running into in the private sector as an organization that's tried to do a lot of good in the region is that we may not access the same things you guys can access. And what we also see is in organizations or countries that have regulatory bodies that put in policies and standards, it holds us to something that we have to build to, something we have to keep to. And so I guess my question is, has there been enough overview of a lot of these SID nations and should I say how much privatization that country has had versus the success of achieving their NDCs? Because we do believe as an organization that the private sector can play a massive part, and we do want to get to these NDCs. We have families and children too. And so we do think that if these policies and standards are put in place, and maybe if there's analysis on nations with greater private sector involvement, has there been more success? And I guess I'll phrase the second question after we answer that one.
Oh, thank you so much. That's a very good question as well. In our case, in the case of the ILO and all the activities that we develop, the ILO is the only tripartite organization in the UN family. So it means that in our governing body, sitting together with countries, we have representatives of employers and we have representatives of workers as well. So all the three actors, they have a similar vote and they have a similar voice in our governing bodies. So it means that when it comes to implementation of projects, we are always working together with private sector. We are always working together with workers. So when we, even when we have, for instance, these studies, right? The assessment studies that we conduct to understand the employment impacts of climate policies and also of climate change, we always include the private sector. We always want to understand from the private sector, how does this affect your business? How does this affect your operations? How can you contribute to these activities that, or to these goals that are being established by the government? Because you're very right. The objectives, they are set in the NDCs by the government, by the countries. And oftentimes, but sometimes not, there has been prior consultation with the private sector and workers, but other times not. And our role in the ILO is to promote social dialogue. So around this concept of social dialogue is to always bring together to the table, to the negotiation, to the presentation of products, and also to the development of these activities, these tripartite constituencies. So the private sector is fundamental in this type of activities. And we also work very often also in facilitating the exchanges, bilateral exchanges between private sector and government, and even between private sector and trade unions, for instance, in these bilateral exchanges. In this, not only for just transition, also to other areas of work, but it also includes on just transition, and especially on just energy transition, where there can be some situations that are a bit more contentious, because there will be loss of jobs, right? So how to make sure that the key actors, the key affected actors are at the table to understand the consequences and also to help in the elaboration of policies and measures. So this is, for us in the ILO, this is something that is very critical and that we do engage to make sure that is addressed. And of course, you also mentioned financing. Financing is also critical. And in these discussions, of course, this is one of the main topics that come at the table. And it really depends, of course, on the situation of the country, on the exchanges that we are having. But to understand, and you said like access to information. Many times the government is not really understanding what is needed. What does the private sector need? They don't know because they don't necessarily talk. So by facilitating these exchanges, we also facilitate the exchange of knowledge. We also facilitate the flow of information so that this type of issues can be addressed and there is more policy institutional coherence, including to financing, but not only regarding financing. So in a nutshell, that would be our approach to how we can engage the private sector.
I would like to add a little bit on that answer and your question, because I believe that I think that we are having a session on this later on, but nevertheless, I think that it's very important to answer the questions the moment those are asked. So, how? That was the question. How to incorporate the private sector? And I see that there are probably two ways to do that, depending on what stakeholder we are talking to. So, just for example, if we're talking with the financial system, commercial banking. So there is a very straightforward way to do it. Commercial banking, they could, and they actually have started even before that the governments have started to implement any regulations about this, which is the environmental and risk analysis on their portfolios, which is huge, because that way, and doing that analysis, the commercial banking can make sure that the activities that they are funding, their credit lines, are completely and fully aligned with the NDC targets. And in that way also, commercial banking will be able to create these green credit lines that are targeting to provide financial support for those that want to develop sustainable activities and sustainable projects. So this is a big way where commercial banks can actually help to implement the NDCs and mobilize private finance, not only from the banking, but from the people that are accessing to the credits towards the NDCs targets. But if we're not talking about commercial banking, but we are talking about the industry and other, I don't know, services and production. So I think that the way to do it is first align their business strategies with the NDC targets, and not only their business strategies, but their ways of producing and providing the services. So how? Again, how? And I'm going to give you an example of some, well, this is a regional example, actually. We have the Dominican Republic, actually, that have worked with a group of private companies to develop a national carbon footprint program. So they are starting from there. They are calculating the footprint, the carbon footprint, and afterwards, they have partnered with the government, developing like a national platform where they can report on that carbon footprint, and take that carbon footprint as part of the NDC that the country have set as a target. And this is not only happening in Dominican Republic. This is happening in Peru. This is happening in Chile. This is happening in Ecuador. This is happening in Panama. And here, what Carolina mentioned, what's important and how we can contribute as international organizations. Making trying to provoking the conversations on that issue specifically, trying to make these conversations to happen. So now what we have done is identified what are the countries that are actually interested in developing a national carbon footprint program. So companies can join to these programs, national programs, and contribute to the NDC's achievement. So in Peru, we have around 600 companies part of this program. In Chile, we have more than 1,000 companies that are part of this program. In Ecuador, this is just starting, but there are already 200 companies. I believe that it's about 60 companies in Dominican Republic. So this can be easily replicated through not only the Caribbean, but the whole LAC region. And this is the way how a private sector can actually contribute with tangible ways to achieve the NDCs. And this is not only from the mitigation standpoint. So we also have to look what are the co-benefits from the adaptation side. So, but we can have a longer conversation on this. And I'm really glad to have people from the private sector here that are asking these questions, because there are ways to do it. And as Carolina mentioned, probably if we are not having this conversation between international organizations, between governments, and between private sector, we could probably never know how to do it. But we are like making these spaces to make these conversations happen.
And is it okay to go to the second one? But I mean, you did hit on the main genesis point of how, but what I was also getting at, and we don't have to get into this one just yet, I'd love to possibly later, but is the variable analysis of higher private sector involvement. And so, for example, as a citizen of a SID nation, and as one who's been to pretty much every island in the Caribbean for work, one of the things I've seen and which I'm curious about, and what I was trying to also get at is, have you seen more ambitious NDCs for nations that are largely more privatized? Because again, given regulation, given standards and policies to follow, as a private sector organization, you'd be surprised. I mean, I just say that not to say a question, but to say a statement of experience and anecdote. But to my second question, Carlina mentioned something extremely interesting that we as an organization don't really know too much about. So I was just going to ask an example, maybe an anecdote of active labor market policy and what an example of that would be.
Well, I believe that the most traditional active labor market policy that we would have is employment services that are provided by governments. So to give a very concrete example, when a worker loses his or her job, there are certain policies and structures in place to support this employer through, for instance, unemployment benefits. So, of course, this varies largely across the countries, but there can be these unemployment benefits, there can be retraining programs, and that I was mentioning before in terms of skills. This is crucial for fostering new occupations. Because let's get a very concrete case of, let's say, a worker in the oil sector who lost his or her job and now needs to be retrained because simply the industry is going down. So the government, through these employment services, can provide a retraining for this worker so that he or she can get updated or upgrade his or her skills to make sure that it can go to a similar occupation, for instance, in the renewable energy sector. If the occupation is similar, so there can be some upgrading of skills, or totally retrained to a new occupation. So let's say in the case of countries here in the Caribbean, the person who is working in the oil sector can then see that there are opportunities to work on tourism. So get retrained to then work and start a new job in a total different industry. So this is something that the government can do through active labor market policies. So it's basically to gear the market and try to bridge this gap between supply and demand of the workforce. Now, another example of active labor market policy would be on public works. So public works is also a very interesting one, but perhaps not focusing on energy, but more on infrastructure. So when there are like very, very high rates of unemployment, governments can come up with these programs to, for instance, build infrastructure. And actually in the Caribbean, it's something that is very important, especially when we think about reconstruction efforts after natural disasters. So there is this mobilization of workers to then work on the rebuilding of infrastructure. So this is another very concrete example of active labor market policy.
Sorry.
There are many others, but I'll keep to these two.
I guess more specifically, I was curious about gender sensitivity policies. And just because us as an organization, we're exactly half and half, and we're very proud of that. And so I guess I was just curious because we always try to think outside the box. And so I was curious if there's anything specific to encouraging women in the field, encouraging that gender sensitivity understanding. And so that's, I guess I didn't mean to make it so general at first. I do apologize.
No. Perhaps it's useful to also mention how others can work. But on gender, the very concrete example that I gave before, I believe that is one of the key ways that active labor, but again, focusing on active labor market policies, would be to promote women to promote certain occupations that are very male-dominated to women. And that can be, for instance, again, very concrete case. There is a woman who comes to request this unemployment benefits, and there is in place training opportunities for these women to make sure that these women also understands what opportunities are there for her. Okay, there are opportunities now in the renewable energy sector. It's something that maybe she would never imagine being engaged in. And because of this action of the government, because of these activities, actually, presenting and suggesting that, okay, this is, of course, an opportunity for you, then she can take the decision to go that way and to join a new sector that she would probably otherwise not think about because it was just not there, was just not offered. So this would be one way. And as I mentioned before, I think that before getting there, to really address this issue of gender imbalance in just energy transition, this should come much earlier. This should come at basic education. We know that there is some disparities between boys and girls when it comes to science, technology, and mathematics. There's STEAM's skills. We know this happens. So how can we address this situation from the very beginning? And again, there we are talking about working together with the government, especially for public education, but also private sector in countries where the private education is also very, very strong. So in my view, what would be key to address this gender gap is to work from the beginning, to work with the basis. When it comes to the active labor market policies later on, I would say it's already a bit too late, right? The inequality is already there. So we need to make sure again, you mentioned that when you say we, it's because I say we, ILO, but also governments, workers, and employers, we always need to look at this in an integrated way, the coherent way, in a collaborative manner. So everybody has a role to play in this puzzle, right? So, well, I think that I already spoke a lot, but I would say that this would be the key messages.
One more?
Just a comment, and I'm happy to see that these are the questions that are already coming out, such as finance and gender, because actually later on in the proceedings this afternoon, we have a session on finance, leveraging finance for NDC implementation. And tomorrow we have another session looking at cross-cutting themes in NDC implementation, and gender is also one of them. So I'm happy to see that these questions are already coming out amongst our participants. So any other questions? Oh, okay.
Hi, thank you. And I'm Sasha Jatan Singh. I'm the Commonwealth Climate Finance Advisor at Antigua and Barbuda. So I'm representing the Commonwealth Secretariat as well as the Department of Environment. And thank you all for this session. It's nice to finally see Carolina. I've been liaising with her for the last couple of months. And I just wanted to note that, for Caribbean SIDS, the key economic sectors are, extremely climate sensitive and are heavily dependent on ecosystems and biodiversity, namely, agriculture, fisheries, and tourism. And then also noting that our sovereign, space is mainly oceans, right? But what I find there's a disconnect in when we talk about the energy transition and the sectors that we focus on, which is mainly energy, power generation and transport and the built environment, and not the key economic sectors for Caribbean SIDS when we talk about the energy transition. So what I wanted to ask the panel is how can we ensure that NDC implementation for Caribbean SIDS and ensuring the energy transition benefits these key economic sectors, and especially the people involved. So our fishers, our farmers, our rural communities, our vulnerable persons, the lower economic status, women and youth as well. So what I'm basically asking is how can we ensure that climate justice considerations are being incorporated in any strategy for NDC implementation for Caribbean SIDS. So thank you.
Is that for a particular open?
So it's open to anybody.
Thanks for the question. I think there are a couple of ways one could answer. One, I dig that a lot of the time the conversation around the energy transition is about what power plants we're going to build, what infrastructure gets put down. But in the end, in as much as all the sectors you mentioned are final consumers of energy, the things that happen in the energy sector do positively affect them. But there's another subtext to your question, I think, which is how do we make sure that those consumers are actually a part of the conversation? How do we make sure that they are included? How do we make sure that when we talk about investment, it's not just, how can we get a megawatt scale plant built, but also how can we make sure that a particular farmer, shopkeeper, hotel owner can do something for themselves within the energy transition. And I think that points to the need to a greater consumer focus. I do think that gets lost sometimes, but I think there are a couple of ways that we're picking up that slack. One, as has been mentioned, I won't rehash it. I think there are different approaches to consultation that have been promulgated and continue to grow, that is bringing more voices to the table, that will make sure that those consumer voices get heard as well. Two, one thing that I am very, very keen on, particularly in the context of the built environment, is what do we do to make sure that it is easier for someone to make their building more efficient or to put some panels on the roof, right? And thinking through the steps that it takes for someone to do that really reveals a lot about regulatory practice, about financial mechanisms that I think is informative. So if I wanted to get a solar panel on my roof in a country that I will not name, I'd have to find myself a vendor. I might have to go to the bank and get a loan. They're going to do a credit check. I'm going to have to go to the regulatory authority to make sure I can get an interconnection agreement so I can be grid tied. And if you think through the steps, you realize that it is very, very, there's a lot of friction. It's hard. And I think one thing that an approach we can generally take is how can we make it easier for the consumer? I think if we take an approach that tries to make it easier for people, less friction when we're thinking about our regulation in particular, then our regulation changes. I think the many, many points of having to get this check or this license or this, that, and the third that we have, that sure, they arose for good reasons. We think it's useful for us to have all these 11 steps. I think if we think through our regulation with an eye towards making it easier for the consumer, a lot of that goes away because I'm not sure it's necessary to make the energy transition robust. Same for finance. I am not a fan of having to send somebody to the bank because I don't like going to the bank, personally speaking, right? I think, and let me expand on the integrated utility service model, for example. So one way of getting a solar panel on your roof, you could go out and do all the steps I talked about. Here's another approach. Suppose I could call my utility who knows me from 20 odd years, who knows what my demand pattern looks like, who knows me as a customer, who knows what my energy needs are, and who has a lot of technical capacity. And the utility says, all right, look here, we don't want it to necessarily run away from us. So we're going to send somebody out to your facility. We're going to do an inspection. We're going to recommend some solutions for you. So I don't have to take on all the technical role myself. And at the same time, the utility can say, instead of you having to go to the bank, maybe you can pay for this overtime on your bill. So you don't have to do anything differently. Just keep paying us money like you do every month, and we'll take care of the rest. That is a model that we are currently implementing in Guyana. We're starting it in Nevis. Barbados is probably further ahead than most people on that. Jamaica is next up. Belize as well. I think that sort of model of a different sort of relationship to the utility will make more people come into the fold. It makes it easier for people to do these things that we all recognize that need to be done, but for whatever reason, we make it hard for people to do. So I'll cut it there, but just to reiterate, we need to have a regulatory approach that is people-centered, consumer-centered, with a focus on making it easy for people to do the things that they need to do. And if we make it easy for people to do the things they need to do, they'll do the rest because they know what their needs are, they know what they need to do for themselves. So we just allow them to act.
So I think I could take a stab at it as well. In some research that the Department of Environment did a couple of years ago, what we realized is that our hotel sector has a backup energy generation sector that's almost on par with the actual electricity generation on the grid. So getting the hotel sector to transition to renewable energy battery storage would be massive for Antigua's energy transition. But to be quite honest, the environment right now is not one that encourages their transition. So it's something that we're definitely we're looking at, we're working on to try and get that updated and changed to really encourage the commercial sector to make the transition, because they are willing. But as it is right now, they ask, what is the real benefit that they stand to gain from transitioning at this time? And to further your question, you also asked about including farmers. That is something that we discussed and considered while we were revising our NDCs, and we're looking at, even the possibility of including renewable energy and agriculture. So I'm not sure how many of us have heard about agrivoltaics, but including like really tall solar panels on farms, which helps, in drought countries, kind of like this one. So the plants get some shade and the soil is not as dry. So it is something that we've considered, and it will be a part of our implementation process as well.
Oh, thanks, Sasha, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I think this is an extremely important question, because even though today we are talking about just energy transition, I think it's important also to look at the economy in a more holistic way. Energy is definitely one of the main sectors when we are talking about NDCs, because it's a sector that is highly pollutant. So it is a sector that needs to be addressed if we want to meet the Paris Agreement target. However, when we look at the economy and when we look at the linkages between economy, environment, and employment, there are other sectors that also stand out. As you correctly mentioned, agriculture, which is also a very important sector for mitigation. But tourism very often is not even mentioned in NDCs. And yet, especially for countries in the Caribbean, it's a major source of jobs. If I recall it correctly, for Antigua and Barbuda, the sector employs around 60% of the workforce in the country. So this is not neglectable. So we do need to look at a more integrated way. And as I said before, in many of our assessments, we have a methodology that is called Green Jobs Assessment Models. That is an input-output type of matrix in which we look at the economy as a whole. So we look at all the key sectors, and then there we see how this plays out. In which sectors are we going to have job losses, and in which sectors we will have the opportunities to create green jobs, and how can we make sure that we transition this workforce to these places or to these new occupations where jobs can be created. And jobs can be created precisely at the sectors that you just mentioned. Now, agriculture, smart agriculture. Here in the SIDS and in the Caribbean, the blue economy is extremely strong. So looking at fisheries and other subsectors in the blue economy. So how to make sure that we understand that? So these types of more integrated approaches for modeling are extremely helpful to understand how this works, going beyond the energy sector. And I will also complement that in addition to knowing how many jobs, quantifying the jobs, we also need to look at the quality of these jobs. So having complementary qualitative assessments as the one that we will do here for Antigua and Barbuda is also extremely important to clarify these connections between the sectors, among the sectors, and make sure that we have recommendations of policies and measures that can be put in place, again, in a more holistic way, to maximize these opportunities of job creation, and on the other hand, minimize and address the risks of these response measures. So you're absolutely right. Even though it's very important that we look at the energy sector as like a sector on its own, as we are doing today, it's important also to keep in mind the big picture. So I fully agree with you.
Thank you, Carolina. And I think that with your answer, I would like to thank you all, Carolina, Gerard, Melissa, and Arieta, who joined us online too. I think this is the end of this session. And I'm sure that you may have more questions about this topic. So I believe that you will be more than glad to answer any questions bilaterally. So please, you can reach our panelists anytime that you want. And Lynn, so back to you.
Thank you, Fernando, and thank you to all our members of the panel, and to Arieta who joined us online. We say thank you as well. Colleagues, we will now break for a quick lunch. We would escort you downstairs to the area where we would be having lunch. We encourage you to continue the dialogue on the sidelines. And we would like to reconvene at around, let's say, 1:10 p.m. right here to effectively implement NDCs in the region, and that will be delivered by Climate Analytics. We have Ms. Fran Fuller and Dr. Jan Smith joining us online to deliver that presentation virtually. So if we can just turn our attentions to the screen. And after the presentation, we will provide some more instructions as to what the exercise entails.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can see the screen okay, or do I need to switch? Are you seeing the wrong side?
Not in full screen mode, Sam, but
okay.
Anyways.
Let's do this. I have 3 screens open, so. Better? No. Let's try this again. Sorry, guys. Okay. Better. All right, Jan, over to you.
Thanks, and immediately to the next slide, please. So don't worry about the fine print, and first of all, good afternoon, everybody. We as Climate Analytics supported 4 countries in the Eastern Caribbean in revising their NDCs, and a few things came apparent on that process, largely around not only the data gaps, but also around the management of that data in general terms, I would say. So I would just pick Grenada as an example, but it's really an example. I don't want to put anyone on the spot. The problems have been similar across the board and the opportunities just the same. And I would also note that while obviously many of the data challenges that we had are manageable with some creativity and a lot of work with proxies from other countries, in some cases, NDCs have not included certain interventions that are planned in the ministries simply due to the uncertainties around data and the concern that commitments you would make with poor information binding and basically, in essence, not implementable after all. So we've always tried to avoid that problem with the ministries if we couldn't find any data. And I don't think it's a huge issue because the interventions are taking place anyways. It's just not part of the NDC. And that basically means what we see is a little bit of underestimation of actual mitigation efforts. I would like to go through 4 sectors we supported in Grenada really quick, starting with energy and transport here. And as you can see on the right, or probably can't because it's very small, but basically what we did is collect data from the ministries that already exist and use LEAP to model how the sector would basically evolve under different scenarios. So because it isn't clear what the best options are in the region, not least because of price instability, we decided to have several scenarios that would comply with what the government indicated they would want to see as an NDC reduction target for the sectors. And we did that with LEAP using the data that we collected on the ground with stakeholders. But as you can see, the uncertainties are not very small. In case you switch certain options on or off with the energy sector, for instance, you get wide divergence of what can be achieved and what cannot be achieved as NDC target. And only 2 scenarios ended up complying with the 40% reduction that they ambitiously put forward. So here, the main first insight is that if you don't have the data management structure in place to continuously see what is happening in your sectors, then you could find yourself in front of a surprise for the implementation target of the NDC in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time, because you haven't noticed in the meantime emissions have gone up rather than down. And that's been the case in both energy and in particular transport sector here, making the initial target much harder to achieve and the respective decline of emissions much quicker in a much shorter period of time into the future. And therefore, it's important to have an overview of what's going on so that you can adjust quickly, which is needed for the 5-year time frame.
Recording in progress.
But is also needed to achieve the Paris Agreement in general. So specifically what we had was uncertainty around the potential for renewable and geothermal. There wasn't a good study on that, and we had to use basically online resources from outside country, which are always less ground-proofed, and we had to ground-proof these with people in the respective utilities, ministries, and a wider group of stakeholders. And that's always a good idea to do that if you use international data in general, because we find that often it is not very exact. Not a surprise if you don't have the data in your national repository, where would the international partners get it from otherwise? And then we had similar data gaps with the grid infrastructure and needed to do with assumptions and again ground-proof them locally. But these assumptions are more shaky than already because there is no scientific interventions that could investigate how this evolves and how this reliable under certain renewable grid loads. And then finally, the misalignment with other sectors. So different organizations supported the country with calculations for their cooling sector to include F gases, which is the consequence of AC units being installed, to include their emissions, but they did it under energy, and it wasn't easy afterwards to disaggregate that, because for the IPCC and therefore the NDC reporting processes, they fall under industry and not energy. So we weren't able to actually to solve that misalignment and had to exclude this particularly strong intervention of mitigation effort from the NDC due to lack of clarity. In the transport sector, we were missing data on vehicle mileage, which is also very common across the region, and had to disaggregate fuel import data, compare that with information we had in other countries to figure out what the actual emissions from the vehicle fleet would be. And similar, there was no information on lifetime and decommission of vehicles, so that the fleet looks larger on paper than it actually is. Because many cars are just sitting in the yard and not used anymore, but since they are not decommissioned properly and there's no data on that, it's very difficult to make an assessment of what the actual emissions are. A car that's sitting on the yard doesn't emit anything anymore. Basically, in essence, what helped for both sectors was the continuous engagement of a number of locals, and especially their NCCC, which is coordinating all things climate change, to validate the data that we were using, to validate the models, discuss implications. And so basically continuous stakeholder engagement is critical. to solve the problem if you don't have this kind of established data collection system in place, housing everything. And next, yeah. So the other two sectors were more problematic indeed. We also did assessments for waste and forestry. And here the main issue is, again, the lack of data, and also the consequences that we had to exclude entire subsectors because we couldn't make strong claims on what's actually happening on the ground. And for waste itself, we excluded liquid waste completely and used assumptions for the methane emissions from the open dumps to take that from other countries to actually establish how much could be saved in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. And as you can see on this tiny graph, the blue line is including these methane emissions, and they are the most substantial part, obviously, but there's just no coherent data set for the country to support the assumption they can be faded out this way. So again, it's very important to have a good understanding of what's going on, to target the interventions, but it's very difficult for small countries to do that. The bureaucratic effort and the scientific input required is not cheap. And then finally, in the forest sector, we could use data from previous studies, and that was actually quite robust. But there, what we found is that the international data didn't align, and the data reported previously to the IPCC processes under UNFCCC wasn't in line either. So we built alternative models using both assumptions available, or all three of them, and just used simple means to make sure that we have something in the middle, because that's probably where the truth is in many cases. But there's no scientific way of solving these problems on short notice, and without the forest inventory that is up to date, it's not possible to actually estimate the amount of emissions saved. And this is, in some cases, if you start thinking about REDD+, this is going to be real money that is not coming to the country because of unavailable data, because you can't go on such programs without understanding in very much detail what's actually going on. We filled, in this case, again, trying to creatively work around, filled the gaps with proxy data from other countries and from science in other countries. But there's very little to have in that regard for the Eastern Caribbean. And therefore we, for instance, fully excluded carbon in the soil, which is normally around 1/3 of the total stock. And we also couldn't solve uncertainty about drought impacts, which is up to 20% of the emissions that you get if you have several years of drought in consequence after another. Trees start grow, and you lose the carbon sink capacity, especially from smaller trees, which is interesting in Grenada's specific case, but also across the region, because hurricane impacts had destroyed much of the forests, and their regrowth was then hampered by weather conditions continuously after that happened. So the uncertainties are very high indeed. And what we did is then submitted an NDC report that would recommend not to include a quantified target for the sector due to the very high uncertainties again. And instead just included the sector under the economy-wide target, partially solving the problem. And in both cases, what we did to kind of validate our data has been to closely engage the ministries and also the NCCC again, as well as local stakeholders, to understand what the situation might be on the ground and have a qualitative understanding to replace what the data couldn't tell us. Next, please. So the final bit on the data front itself, there's really not much, and we had this discussion in the morning very briefly. There's really not much information to be had on renewable energy prices across the region. There's a lot on the global level, and all indications are the prices are falling, and renewables are the cheapest energy source globally. But for SIDS, with their specific connection to the trade network and the expected increased costs for importation, that doesn't necessarily have to be the same. And we had to do a lot of discussion with people on the ground to understand what current prices are, in order to at least be able to give a brief overview of what the costs and benefits of the transformation would be. You can find here that for the different scenarios that I briefly indicated at the beginning, there are huge differences, but generally, if you include the cost of emissions, so some kind of a carbon price, it seems very likely that in all cases, the cost of doing nothing are higher than the benefits of avoided emissions. And if you remove the carbon price from the picture, the investment needed to reduce emissions by 40% in 2030 are, in comparison to the benefits that you get in countries, still very likely to be slightly higher, but only slightly. So if we had better data on these costs of technologies in the region and the more national or at least regional data approach to collect this, it would have been much easier to make the point what is the best solution, the most cost-effective approach here. But this isn't the case currently, and that's probably an opportunity that could be used, because the prices wouldn't be too different across the OECS countries, at least. But currently, we don't have a good overview there. And this is also an opportunity for the private sector to chip in, because they would usually know. So general lessons, I mean, it's clear that the national data repositories that are in place in some countries are hugely valuable and have proven that over the last review period for the NDCs times over. They guarantee consistency over time and avoid the problem that different organizations use different data to deliver advice that then contradicts, if nothing else, and that's already huge. But they also allow the government to actually do a lot of the data mining themselves and use the data to make better policy decisions. So they shouldn't be seen as a reporting requirement for the NDCs or some UNFCCC process. They are really also a valuable resource for planning. Then the IPCC default data for SIDS doesn't really compete with even the regional proxies that you could use, because it's such a very scant approach with so little information in it. It's even less accurate than what the national data that is there is actually providing. So it's not advised to just switch to default data that the IPCC provides, because while that is very cheap, it would also lead to misunderstanding of where the emission pathways are actually going. Then ground-proofing quantitative data is extremely important, and doing the same with the models that you produce from the data is also extremely important, and it has to be done in iterative exchanges, not just as a sign-off in the end, but rather start from the beginning on when you collect data to see if people have better understanding and if there's additional data, and also if it makes sense on the ground. So, for instance, in some countries, what we've seen is that they used the fuel consumption of the large buses that you would see driving around in the US as a proxy for what their bus fleet would use. But their buses are basically microbuses, and fuel consumption is a tenth of that. So that wouldn't work. And if you don't go to the places and don't talk to people, you may not note that as an external person providing this kind of support. So that is very, very extremely important. Then if you build scenarios, it's always useful to compare them with top-down models already there, provided by the IPCC, but also by universities in many cases, and see if you can also make sense of the internationally available assessment models with your bottom-up scenarios. But generally, the bottom-up scenarios, developing everything from activity data, are much more useful and more accurate, and also the only way to actually make things implementable. So there is a risk if you go for economy-wide targets and use the top-down approach and say, okay, we cut emissions by 40%, that you run into a problem. It's not possible to do that because there's not enough understanding of the bottom-up processes, what the grid can do for you, how long it takes to develop a geothermal plant, what the actual renewable capacity is for solar and wind, and this kind of information is very important to have, and only works for bottom-up modeling. And then finally, I'd say that linking costing to GHG modeling with consistent data is very important, and it's the only way to really identify optimal solutions for each individual SIDS. So we just need to better understand what the costs of a solar PV or a wind installation farm in certain country and local place would be empirically, and not just what the bidder would offer, because the prices that you get in the end may differ from what is offered on paper. And that helps to better understand what is actually implementable short term. I guess we take questions after this, and I'll hand over to my colleague, Frank Fuller, for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Jan, and good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you all, and I definitely wish I was at home with you in the room. So Jan spoke a little bit about our support on NDCs, and I'm going to speak a bit more on some of the work that we do generally on supporting implementation. So in part, I'm going to give an example of the importance of use of data for MRV systems, specifically here, an MRV system for tracking climate finance. And this is something that we are currently working on in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in developing an MRV system for tracking climate finance with their NDA to the GCF. And this is through GCF Readiness with 5Cs as the delivery partner. So I guess the first thing to say is, while SIDS are recognized as special case in most international fora, access to climate finance and implementing NDCs and other climate action has always been a challenge due to capacity constraints and eligibility criteria and constraints in accessing finance generally. And so here we saw the role that a web-based tool can play in not just reporting, but also better in having better insight into national projects and programs, which can then in turn help access larger amounts of finance for implementation. The other thing to note is that as we move towards implementation of the Paris Agreement, developing countries are going to be required to report on finance, technology, and capacity building support needed and received. And so it's really important to start building out systems that help you understand what you are in receipt of, but also where your gaps might be and what you might need going forward in the future. Not just to articulate that through your reporting, but also to then inform into international negotiations, say on like the new climate finance goal that's currently being discussed in the UNFCCC. So these are, in future, we're going to be doing biannual transparency reports, which is all part of the enhanced transparency framework under the Paris Agreement. And so to be able to have adequate insight into those areas, a national system like an MRV system for this can basically assist in increasing the quality of data, so you know what type of information you should be collecting. And if you set that up, you can start implementing that into projects in the future and can kind of streamline the type of information that you need. It also helps reduce the knowledge gap of climate finance received. And then also it helps ease the kind of information gathering as you start reporting to the UNFCCC, and also to help inform your national processes and your pipeline development. So your ability to monitor, track, and oversee and report on these flows, including public expenditures on climate finance, it shows what you are currently spending on climate finance, but also where you might have gaps going forward in the future. It also helps kind of strengthen the case for SIDS in the international forum for not just in the new finance goals, but also in other forms, such as the negotiations in the UN in New York around the multidimensional vulnerability index for small island states that's currently under discussion, and actually Antigua-Barbuda is leading that. And I think if Nadia is still in the room, she has a lot to do with the progress on that. So a few of the objectives you can see on the left-hand side of developing a robust MRV system for climate finance. And the biggest part here is identifying the gaps and funding opportunities that promote a more efficient use of resources and helps inform your decision making. It also helps promoting private sector engagement and accessing international climate finance. Funding or donor partners want to see more insight and a better understanding of what's kind of required and where your gaps are. And I think that developing a system like this is a really critical piece in helping understand that. So the system that we have developed the prototype for and are waiting to kind of launch the bigger system, it has a inward and outward facing place. And on the public facing website, you can have a place for news and events, project management tracker, kind of a space of giving people how you get involved, and a little bit of a mapping of funding and activities. Whereas on the internal side, you manage all of it says donation management. Basically, it's kind of your funding streams. And you have all of these on the inside in which you can understand what you have in place and then understand the types of reports and the things that you can download and report against. So first step is you have your identification of projects, what you define as climate finance, what you define as your funding, the types of project details, so the types of information that you have, the duration of the project, what currency it's in, all of those types of things. And then also things, SDG co-benefits, et cetera. Then you go into a level of approval process. So that's where you have the tagging of the individual project and you have the types of activities that it's aligned to, whether it's the mitigation or adaptation project, it's a cross-cutting, is it a nature-based solution, is it a renewable energy project or an energy efficiency project, that type of tagging. And then you go into kind of at a high level project initiation execution, and that's then just launched into the internal system. For the situation in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we had 4 different options. And these are either hosted internally on an existing system, for example, interconnected with your PSIP system, or something that's hosted, say, with Economic Development or Ministry of Finance, or you have cloud-based servers, or you have the 4th option here is a managed service, including, for example, engaging the GHGMI Institute in Grenada as an option. There are different variations in how you manage. It depends on your national capacity as to what's best, the type of stability you have within your internal system. All of these things are taken into consideration when thinking about what type of system is best placed for your national circumstances. And then these are just I'm just going to go through quick screenshots of the types of reports and information that you can have built out on the internal system. I would say noting that this is a prototype, so it's not even all fully climate related. So a lot of it is health, et cetera. It was just example case studies. So, for example, on the left-hand side, you have a series of different drop-down menus. You can look at programs, projects, budgets, look at the different types of indicators, and you can break down the projects and programs even into activities or actions, as it's called here, and then look at your budget breakdown in terms of objectives. And so I'm just going to run through a couple of visuals on things that basically is currently being set up in St. Vincent and is, I think, a good example of the way that robust data can be used to really inform and have insight into your flows. And then where's the next? Here, it's also here on the right-hand side, you can see the types of information that you'll be used. And then on the left-hand side, basically what's in your pipeline, what's under implementation, what's post-completion. So you have a lot of insight into how projects are running, how they're going through your pipeline, and where you may have gaps, especially as it relates to the type of focus areas that you're looking at in terms of your NDC focus. And then this is specifically just looking at three potential funds: Global Fund, EU, CDB, and you can then do a drop down as to when the funds are coming in and how they're being executed nationally. And I would say, just going back one, that the system essentially is going to be developed to track climate finance in isolation, but it will have the capability to add new features and components. And the components could be, it depends on the database and the type of information and data that you have, but it could be expanded to include things like emission data, mitigation actions. So you add different new categories in the data common framework. So you cannot just track, you can basically track climate finance, but then you could also have the ability to include actual tracking of mitigation actions and adaptation ones too. And basically they'll be associated with new categories in the internal side and be interconnected to the different projects that you have set up in the interface. And so with that, I am going to stop sharing and Anlin, hand back over to you.
Thank you very much, Fran and Jan. I think what we can do now is just open the floor for any questions we have from the audience before we jump into the breakout session.
Good afternoon, and thanks to the speakers for their presentation. I have two questions, one for each of the speakers. So to Jan, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. We hear a lot in the region about the lack of data, and it is a reality. But my question really is, what has been the cost of not having the requisite data to help to inform decision making, and how has this really impacted on our NDC implementation? So I don't know if you might be able to, given the work you're doing in Grenada, if you have been able to look and see what has been the cost of not having the data, and maybe what opportunities are we missing from not having the data, particularly as it relates to preparing bankable projects, because we definitely would need the data to be able to submit, to prepare and submit those projects for funding. And to Fran, good to see you again. I like what I'm hearing from you about the MRV system you're developing in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Strangely enough, we are also doing something similar at CDB, where we are developing a similar system for 4 of our BMCs. So I guess a question would be, how do we ensure that these systems, as we develop these systems, there's some alignment with them, and that we are not developing different systems, and therefore, when we look across countries, we're not able to compare the data, or we're not able to make any comparison with the results. So, and also, how do we seek to ensure that we can replicate such systems across other countries? Do we want to do it country by country, or do we want to take more of a regional approach, where we have a regional program or project that looks at developing these type of systems? And I ask that because there's still some issues about how we define what is climate finance, and therefore, if we develop a system for each of our BMCs or each of our countries in the region, and we're using different definitions, then that becomes an issue. And my final question would be in terms of maintenance and responsibility for the data management. I'm assuming that we are building into the project that type of capacity, because already we're hearing lack of capacity. We don't have the human resources, or we don't have the financial resources really. So how are we building into these projects, the ability for countries to continue to collect the data and to manage that data? Thank you.
Fran, do you want to go first, because you had most of the questions?
Sure. And Derek, great to see you. I definitely wish I was with you guys there. So I am aware of the regional MRV system that the CDB is currently, developing. I think you asked a really important question, and it stems, I think, first and foremost from the fact that we are yet to have a agreed definition of what climate finance is. And I think as a first step there, it's important for the region to take the position of AOSIS as a starting point. AOSIS, the coordinators for finance in the UNFCCC, have been leading on drafting submissions and drafting inputs into the new climate finance goal. And I think that should be the first the first starting point in where we're going in terms of defining. That being said, I think that's a starting point. But the role of regional organizations like 5Cs, like CDB, and other direct access entities in the region in kind of defining some of those key data points that should be collected across the board, and defining the definition of each of those. I think that's a really key first step, so that at least throughout the CARICOM region, you're all approaching it in the same way. That being said, I also think there is a role of direct access entities talking to each other in the region, direct access entities, and then also NDAs talking to each other to better understand how each of them are approaching it, so that there is a somewhat synergetic approach. I think there's a lot to be learned from each other in that way. And to avoid duplication, I think one of my recommendations, quite honestly, is to not reinvent what's working. There are quite a few countries in the region who are advancing on this very well and quite quickly. Antigua Barbuda, for example, has had a system in place for years, and it's almost learning by doing and updating. And I'm not going to speak to what probably people in the room can speak to better than I, but it covers a spectrum of things, and they've been kind of building it out and adding elements over the years, and there's a lot to be learned there, and maybe that's something that other countries can work on, and honestly could tap into something like GCF readiness and replicate something that is already existing in another country, especially given the fact that we have quite similar systems across the board, at least in the OECS for sure. The last thing on building capacity, from the approach that we take, first of all, is that we try as much as possible to bring on board either a regional or national expert in the team to make sure that it's tailored as a first step to national systems. But in addition, we have built out toolkits or manuals to make sure that if the person that you train in September is not there in the following March, somebody else can pick up a manual and see how they can figure it out. And then also obviously embedding training there. Another way to get around that is also, again, the potential role that a regional organization could play in supporting this. It's a discussion that needs to happen at a national level as to whether you invest fully in small countries in building out a big system at a national level that requires a lot of human capacity in data collection, management, payment of the hosting, the software, all of those things. Or is it better at a, say, sub-regional level within the OECS, for example, to have that outsourced to an entity like GHGMI or the RCC in Grenada? That's not something that I will necessarily weigh in on. There are pros and cons of both, but it depends on the national situation. I would say there are options, but I think my biggest takeaway is the learning by doing as it relates to data collection. Your first system is never going to be perfect, and it doesn't mean that it can't evolve and develop over time.
And thanks for the question, Derek. I think this is on the point, and indeed, it's not easy to assess what the costs of not having data are. We would have a model, we would have to develop something to understand what happens if the data is there. Look at another region where it is and see that basically they still have problems with implementation support, basically, and also still have problems with planning their next NDC targets. So I noticed that a few countries, specifically in West Africa, which we are working with, have started developing their own data repositories back in 2015. For the first NDC, they do have data continuously since then in-house. One thing that's obvious is that they no longer need as much support to do all of their UNFCCC reporting, but that's not an economic asset. That's just making your own reports rather than having to shop for support to do it. That's not an economic asset. But on the other hand, if you look at the problems with implementing smaller projects, and there is no data on how much the renewable energy installations you would want cost in your specific location, in your city, in your community. And this data could be available, it could be collected, because some people have installed some of these installations already, so there is real empirical data, but we don't have it, and you probably wouldn't find it in many of the responsible ministries either, and so it's very difficult to actually design a project that is financed in the right way and to make your countries benefit from whatever the returns on investments here would be, or to get the good argument why you need donor money to get these projects off the ground. If there's no understanding what the actual costs are, then larger organizations like the Green Climate Fund might just think that it's not necessary to finance renewable energy investments with donations and grants, because these should be obviously paying off for themselves, but they don't, because they are more expensive in some of the regions. They are very difficult to install in rough, rugged terrain, and so on and so forth. Having empirical data on that would help making these arguments and would also help attracting private sector investment. On the other hand, it's in some cases like something like a vehicle registry to find out how many cars are actually driving around and how many mileage, how many kilometers they are driving, how many miles they're driving. This is kind of simple on paper, but it's a lot of work for a smaller country to keep these up to date, to collect this data and to clean it up, make sure that vehicles that are no longer in operation are not showing up in the list. I mean, there's no obvious benefit to that outside of reporting your emissions. And I think therefore, and especially in light of the fact that the countries don't have huge bureaucratic capacities and probably wouldn't be well advised to install those just for data keeping for greenhouse gas inventories. I mean, it's a difficult question, but I would say that there are certain areas where it's beneficial economically to have data, And while I couldn't tell you what the exact costs not having it are, it's pretty obvious that there are benefits economically of having them, but I wouldn't advise to invest hugely into GHG inventory data just for the sake of having it. I would think it's useful to invest in data collection for things that you actually use for policy and decision making, and for accessing finance, obviously. And that is activity data on the economic front, mostly. So I don't know if that answers your question. I know it's not very satisfactory, but there is no good answer. It's quite simple, because we don't have the counterfactual of a country like a SIDS having this kind of data. All countries collecting this data coherently are much bigger and have the respective bureaucratic apparatus in place that can pull it off. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Fran. That leads us to the next session, colleagues. It would be an interactive discussion within the room here. What I want you to do is to look at the back of your name tags. You would see a number. And with that number, you navigate towards the table. So I think we have 6 groups in total. So if you're 1, you navigate towards table 1, and so forth. If we can just have the questions. On the table. So if you're in group 5, that's table 5, group 1, table 1, and so forth. From climate analytics. So what we like for you to do is just to discuss among yourselves these 3 questions. For example, how do you track and report on climate-related data? If you are representing an agency, we expect you to share insight on how the agency actually assists countries in tracking data, or whatever work you do on data tracking that helps countries enhance or update their NDCs. If you can just scroll down to the bottom, please, Andrea. So, after your lovely discussion, we expect you to report back. You can select one person from your group who will be reporting on behalf of the group. You don't have to prepare a presentation, just a summary of the discussion that you had and the salient points that came out on those 3 areas of discussion. So right now it's 2:40. We are going to assign half hour for this conversation. So that would take us up to 3:10. And then 15 minutes to report back, and then we can break for a short tea break before we enter session 3. I will be circulating the room, so if you have any questions, just don't be afraid to wave me down. And I forgot, I never said my name since morning. So I'm Annlyn McPhee, if anybody was wondering, and I'm with UNDP. Is group 1 ready? C. Okay. All right, we're just about 3:10 right now, and we're looking to resume and present back to plenary. So is there a group that has completed their deliberations and ready to present? By show of hand? Okay, so let's go ahead with group. Which table is that? So we'll take table 5 first, followed by table 6. So what we can do is I'll just bring you the mic.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. From Table 5, we are represented here. I am Gina Bell from the Ministry of Environment in Barbados, and we have the Ministry of Environment Antigua, the Department of Blue Economy Antigua, a representative of a TVET institution in Antigua, and someone from the NDC partnership. So question number 1, in terms of how do we track and report on climate-related data, from the experience of Antigua, they're developing an MRV system to move beyond project-driven data collection. And this system will have indicators for the collection of data related to mitigation, adaptation, and climate finance. So it will be a continuous data collection process. And this is seated in the data management unit in the Ministry of Environment. And they're responsible for the collection of data that is related to all MEAs, so not only climate change. And they've also gone through the process of establishing the National Environmental Data and Information System. Again, so this supports all MEAs, but the data within this system can then be pulled out for climate reporting. It's currently an Excel-based database, and it's an online platform that's accessible by stakeholders who would submit their data. It was only launched last year, so it's now going through a process of settling down. And that support was provided by the UNDP to set up that system. In Barbados, we would wish to have such a system in place, but that is our plan. So we would like to move towards something like that. Right now, our systems are still heavily project-based. So we get financing for a project, we collect the data, we report under that project, and then we wait for another project. But what Antigua has in place really is what we will be setting out to move towards with oncoming projects, to set up that continuous system. The main challenges is that in instances, data simply does not exist within particular sectors. Where data exists, there's a lack of consistency in collection and reporting. So you get the gaps in years, in time periods. Sometimes you have incompatible data formats. So everybody has their priorities. But then you come to them and say you want data in a particular format, and it becomes a challenge for them. Then there's the issue of development of guidelines. So we could develop guidelines for data collection to fall into our systems, but then we still have to have the stakeholders taking up those guidelines. There's the challenge of dedicated human resources. So again, the same way how Antigua has a unit that's set up for data management, again, that's aspirational for other people. Even though the personnel in that unit may also have other responsibilities, at least there is the unit established for that purpose. So in terms of a recipient of support, the technology donation, the staff then have to go through the process of learning how to collect and report data, and then integrating the process of data collection and reporting into their established day-to-day tasks and their job descriptions. So that is another challenge. Moving on to the question of needs, it tied back directly to the challenges. So again, we would like to have a systematic reporting system set up that's robust enough to answer all of the needs for reporting, not only for climate change, but for national development on a whole, and the allocation and mobilization of human and financial resources to ensure continuity in the process. Yes, and then in terms of the NDC partnership, who's also at our table, their support, they would support any country who reaches out to them and asks for support for NDC development or implementation and related initiatives. So it's just a simple matter of submitting the form to them to apply and setting up or identifying a focal point to work with them. And they would channel your request to the developing partners that will be able to offer that support. Anything else from the table? That's group 5.
Thank you, table 5. Do we have any questions for table 5, or was it all clear? Aspirational? Okay, so with that, we'll just move on to table 6.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gina has just made my job a lot easier. Thank you, Gina. At my table, we have a colleague from the Statistics Department in Antigua. We have Donna from the Ministry of Environment in Barbados. We have a colleague here from West Indies Oil, and our colleague Carolina from ILO. So the colleagues from Antigua and Barbados are outlining that the main challenges are many of which Gina has already outlined, which are differing methodologies depending on the data that's being collected, differing ways of analyzing this data. Currently, data is collected on a needs-based, using a needs-based approach. So if there is an area of interest, then that data is collected, particularly for the Ministry of the Environment, and that's sent to the Statistics Department. The Statistics Department sometimes, it's sometimes sent to the Statistics Department. The Statistics Department undertakes some level of analysis for the Ministry of Environment and provides outputs that can be useful to the end user. The colleague from Antigua was outlining that they collect data from a number of different government departments. The level of collection and how the data is received is department dependent. They praised the Ministry of Environment, who they have an MOU with and who provides it with very clear, succinct, and well outlined data, and have very clear methodology for collecting that data. Again, aspirational for that does not obtain for all of the other agencies that they deal with, which makes the process of analysis quite difficult since data is collected in different ways depending on the need, the department, and what the department wants to get out of it. The main issues related to data collection, and in neither case, tracking is done very well, and analysis is the main weakness. So lots of data may be collected, but there isn't a lot of capacity for the actual analysis of the data to make that useful. The main challenges revolved around capacity issues, so there aren't very many people to do the data collection or the analysis at the end. Where there are opportunities for capacity building to happen, those qualified statisticians often disappear for government departments once they have become more qualified, leaving some institutional gaps. And they often disappear before having the opportunity to retrain anyone else in the department, taking with them lots of institutional knowledge and the enhanced skills that they would have received, creating a continuous cycle of limited capacity, which impedes collection and analysis. That was the main concern noted from the table. The things that were needed, or the recommendations, were to involve statisticians at an early stage in the development of projects, and whether it be national projects or other work being done by the different departments, so that the statisticians can inform on the appropriate methodologies that could be used. There's a need for a greater push towards standardization of methodologies and ways of analysis, and perhaps engaging the CARICOM arm that deals with statistics and data collection in supporting countries to help revamp statistics department and enhance capacities in agencies that produce quite a bit of climate data sets but need help with the analysis and collection thereof. The only other thing to add from my private sector colleague is that he would like to receive climate data to help support the work done and so we can better engage the private sector. But because of the challenges, that's been difficult to get. So I think our private-public sector partnership will be enhanced by the improvements in the data collection analysis processes in the countries.
Thank you, Table 6. Thank you, Table 6. Thank you, Donna. Is Table 1, 2, or 3 ready? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Arika Hill. I am from the Environmental Awareness Group in Antigua, a non-governmental organization focused on biodiversity. So at my table, I have representatives from our only national representative from the Labor Department. I have Gerald from CRE. Can you say CRE? CRE. Danielle from the UNDP in Jamaica, and Sasha from DOE/Commonwealth. All right. So we had I think a lot of what has been said, right? A few things that we found were interesting was, first of all, kind of identifying what really is climate-related data, and so that you could kind of determine how do you actually collect that data, because that may mean different things depending on where you sit. So we did speak about, project implementation, actual emissions, climate finance roles, stakeholders and what they report on, climate and weather data, and use that as a broad framework for telling about what data we want to look at. Within that space, it was interesting for us to identify from the Labor Department that they also have classifications based. So if we're speaking about like a just transition for green jobs and so on, and the Labor Department has international regulations or international standards for how they identify jobs, identify industry, identify education, we then have to find a way to streamline our transition into what they already have so that it doesn't become another onerous process, because we do know that a lot of this can be very onerous. And on the topic of it being onerous, we did speak about who has the responsibility for collecting all of this data and whether we need to find very creative systems for doing that. In Antigua and Barbuda, a lot of, for instance, biodiversity data is collected by NGOs and it's not collected by the Department of Environment. It is given to the Department of Environment by these NGOs. And so we had conversations about whether that should be, available in a clearinghouse so that somebody in Jamaica has access to it similarly to anybody in St. Kitts and somebody in Antigua. However, there are constraints around whether that data should be accessible to all. And we need to find develop or determine what is accessible to everyone. Because, as I mentioned, the Antiguan data is collected by NGOs. So should NGO data be accessible to all? Or should it be only accessible to the government? And does the government have the right then to just share that data? So it then creates more interesting scenarios, and an interesting scenario that Jamaica has was, creating patents through their intellectual property rights agency.
I think I'll leave it there because a lot of the other things were, talking about standardization and so on, which has been said.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Group 6. I'll now pass it on to Group 3.
Sure. Hi again, everyone. So we are table number 3, and we have colleagues from the private sector, from the Department of Environment, from Gender Affairs, 5C, and CDB. And again, kind of what has been said before, so I guess I won't say it again. So again, coming from the Department of Environment, we have different data management systems, which was discussed by the first table. And I think just to add to that, we've also produced several national reports, including I think the biennial update report, our fourth national community. We're in the process of the fourth national communication, but we've done 3 before. And within those reports, we have a greenhouse gas inventory report, which is informed by all the various data collection activities that we do. Getting on to the challenges that we face, a lot of the data, if it does exist, it's paper-based, which is very challenging because we then need to find a way to get the data digitized. Many times these agencies that have the paper-based data do not have a system to digitize the data or the capacity to have the data digitized. There's also challenges in the data that we're getting in that it's not separated. We get kind of a whole chunk of data. For example, with the data that the West Indies Oil Company has so kindly provided us with, it's separated as much as they can separate it, but further separation would be needed for us to understand where exactly fuel is being used, and I guess kind of I'll stop on that. The next challenge is sometimes, and I think of course this was mentioned again, we go on a data collection mission and we get so much data, and then the question is how are we using the data? How are we processing it? Are we processing it well? Is the data just sitting down there waiting for the day that it will be processed? So then on to the third question. I think having more tools to record data would be useful. The digitization of data is absolutely essential. I was giving an example earlier during our discussion when there's another government agency who started digitizing their data in 2017. So if you ask them for any data from 2017 to now, they're happy to provide it to you, and it could come to you in hours. But anything prior to 2017, you're not getting it. It practically doesn't exist. So what happened to that data there? We were also talking about the process to get a mandate to have all the data digitized and what that would look like. Possibilities of including something like this under a readiness project was discussed. And even going on, again, back to the NDC, how this is going to help tracking the NDCs and kind of bringing it back to just transition data. I think our last survey was maybe, as I look to Rashana, maybe like 2012 or like the big national census. Is it census? The national census, the last was in 2010 or 2012? 20. So a long time ago and delayed. It's supposed to have another one, and there was supposed to be another one a couple of years ago, but COVID. So that's data that we very much need updated and expanded next year. Next year, there you go. So, like all this information is very useful and will help us with tracking our data. So I'll stop there and hand over to the final table, I think.
Thank you, table 3. Any questions quickly for table 3, or are we just moving on to table 1?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Just like the other tables, we had a wide demographic of persons from different institutions. Our table, you have myself, Shamrick Rodney from the West Indies Oil Company. We had Rashana from Ministry of Environment and her colleague. I have also Janelle from CYEN, Caribbean Youth of Environment Network, and Alexandrina, she's from the NGO, and my good friend here from St. Vincent, from the Environment of Planning and Economic Planning, and also we had a representative from ABIT, can't remember your name, just before I leave, Miss Smith. All right, so basically, I will just jump to the needs if everyone don't mind, because we already established all the challenges, collecting data, and the inconsistencies in actually gathering data. And I think from the 5 different institutions here, we could just narrow it down to what our needs are. Our needs, obviously, we need more collaboration in terms of having that data accessible. We need centralization of reports, somewhere where we can go and get that data. And accessibility of it. You know, I mean, a lot of census sometimes are done locally, regionally, and internationally, but what part of it is accessible? And basically, in order to keep these things going, these needs, and meeting these needs and committing to these needs, we need financial support. Financial support in cases of, like, for example, software, tools that will actually collect, store, monitor, archive all of this information. And I mean, this is not just narrowed, our challenges are not just narrowed to climate issues right now, but I think we can speak to any other area in terms of where and what we need data for. And to wrap it up, I mean, the only thing we would want with data from an IT perspective is that it must be consistent, it must exist, it must be accurate, and it must be complete and accessible. And these are the challenges overall, and I think we can all agree, and I'd like to wrap it up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Table 1. Colleagues, do we have any questions from the floor? None? Fran, Jan, are you still online?
Yes, we're still here.
Yes,
Thanks.
just want to know if there are any final recommendations based on what you heard from the discussion today, if there's any final recommendation that you'd like to leave with us before you jump off.
Final recommendations is a bit early, but I think that what I hear is, in many cases, we need continuous support for SIDS in Eastern Caribbean to actually manage data, to actually collect data more consistently, and also to digitize data, which is a problem we've come across a lot. So I don't have recommendations for you. I think you're doing what you can, but I have recommendations for funders out there that it's probably not a good idea to work project-based if you look at data collection and management. Because if you train people in these complicated tasks and they run away for better positions after the project closes and start fresh, you usually lose a lot of institutional knowledge and you start with very complicated tasks to harmonize databases later. So it's really a call for consistent support, given that the governments will never have the capacity to comply with that data rigid kind of digitizing processes and subsequent data harmonization processes with in-house capacities. I would say that international support is required to house somebody in countries to actually manage all of that. That's my first takeaway. Fran, you probably have additional ideas too.
Thanks. And I actually, Jan and I were messaging on the side to say actually how interesting some of the conversations on the tables or the reports back were. And I think two things that I see as being useful. One is learning from good practices within the region, existing good practices in where things are already working and potentially using those as an example as to how to set up other systems in other countries. But then I think the other thing is that while being very cognizant that data, granulated kind of data that's disaggregated in a variety of ways is extremely important to not just reporting on your activities, but also in accessing funds and developing good projects. I think it would be remiss of us to not also say that SIDS also have the ability to make the case of data constraints and have the ability to push back on funders, whether it's the GCF or otherwise, to be able to use Indigenous knowledge and to be able to use the type of non-traditional kind of data. And that should be enough in a lot of cases. There's a lot of situations where scientific modeling doesn't happen at that level of detail or granularity that's required or that's in SIDS. And so I think that it needs to most certainly be a balance, and data is not always the only answer. And so it needs to be both a qualitative and quantitative approach there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Fran. Thank you, Jan. And we really appreciate you taking the time to be a part of the panel. And we wish you a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh, sorry, before you jump off, we just have one question. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Pascal Kentish, Labour Department. The question I have is there a standard setting body for climate issues? For instance, there's a standard setting body for labor, that is the International Labour Organization. And so when you look at collection of labor market information, there's a standard in collecting labor market information. Is there a standard for collecting climate data? That's the question I have.
Yeah, I guess I can answer that, or maybe I can't, but there is a standard setting body for that. Yes, that's called the IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change. They have a compendium of standards for each of the sectors, and they define sectors quite oddly. So they only have energy, waste, land use, and industry. Everything else under those. And it's very disharmonized normally with how your ministerial composition works. So it's not like a labor standard where you understand everything related to labor would go into a certain part of the data compository. It's more like arbitrarily designed sectors to make sure that you can report harmoniously across countries. And that's why the standard isn't really intuitive to work with. And it's also not really a standard to collect data. It's more a standard to report data. There is absolutely nothing on the climate change side recommending how to properly collect data at all, which is, I think it's not an oversight, but it's on purpose because data isn't really collected just for climate change reporting purposes anywhere, at least not in the last 5 years. That currently changes, but therefore there wasn't any agreement on the international level to give this kind of rights to the international body. But basically the answer is yes, the IPCC is in charge of that and does revise their standards ever so often, last time 2006, and then have a compendium. It's sitting at, I think, a couple thousand, 3,500 pages or so, explaining how to report on your climate change emissions and adaptation plans and accordingly on the data related to that. It's not going to solve your problems though. It's not comparable to what the ILO does.
The other issue is from our discussion here in the group, and Arika mentioned it in her presentation in terms of accessibility to the data. And the question is, should the data be accessible and who it should be accessible. Should it be accessible to the world at large, or should it be more constrained and just nationally? And so only certain information or certain data may be reported internationally. And so for me, if there are international standard on collection and international standard on reporting, then you can make a determination that these are the information or the data that we will share globally. Because as I was pointing out in the group, CARICOM is establishing a labor market information system. And so they have agreed upon 34 indicators that countries will report. And this data would be available worldwide, because the data would be available to investors who want to invest in any of the CARICOM countries. It would be available to academia. It would be available to employees and employees organization, employers and employers organization. And it would also be available to the ordinary man on the street. And so are we looking in that direction for climate data and the accessibility of climate data to the public at large? Thank you.
Yeah, so where to start? I mean, it's generally a good idea because the reports are publicly available. So from my point of view, it would be a good idea to also report the basic data informing these yearly and bi-yearly updates. However, the problem is that so much information is flowing into these, and it's very different across countries, that even for the more limited efforts to report on mitigation, so on reducing climate change, where you basically need the energy sector, the transport sector, industry, and a little bit on land use, so it's not everything, at least. It's impossible in most countries to even find all of the data that you would like to report in a coherent way. So the task of making this data accessible for others would require to harmonize how you store the data, and would require to make sure that this data is actually well described. It's understandable for everybody what is the certain size of vehicle, for instance, that you are reporting on the small truck in your local inventories in country. This needs to then all be harmonized, and the international standard setting organizations are not powerful enough to pull that off. So that is one problem. You would need to translate data. And that is a huge task, which I don't think many governments would be able to do. Even more developed countries would have problems with that. And the other thing is that climate change related data also encompasses everything related to adaptation and loss and damage. And that is where things become really complicated, because not only are countries not in a position to collect that data in many cases and can't report it and work on qualitative approaches, but also where countries have data and use also international available data for adaptation planning, they don't have that in any coherent way anywhere. So we are, for instance, providing risk analysis for countries to assess how climate change might impact them over a certain period of time. And we have to create data for them because it's not existing anywhere in country. And then in our case, that would be freely available, but many organizations doing that do it proprietarily. So they own some kind of a model and own some kind of data set, and they make businesses out of that. We don't, because we are a civil society organization, but many public supporters are actually private organizations making businesses out of housing this kind of information. So for them, it would be complicated, and for universities, it would be complicated to actually disseminate this kind of data too in countries. So I think on the mitigation side, it's complex, but on the adaptation side, it's political. And that's why this will probably not happen sometime soon. I don't know if that answers your question, but it would be my stab at it. Fran, maybe you have additional ideas, or maybe others in the audience. I mean, this is a very interesting question.
Okay, thank you, Jan. We have one last question from the audience. We are running a little bit over time, so I'll hand it over to Mr.
Bramble. Good afternoon, Jan. This is Carlton Bramble from the West Indies Oil Company. I think I heard something that caused my ears to pick up just now. Did you say that you had to create the data for the countries? Did I hear that?
Yes. Yes, indeed, you did hear that. Okay. So in many small island states, there is no climate change data for the periods that they would need to observe, at least not on the scale that you would need to understand what impacts you would have in the next couple of years. And we had to design models to break down what current climate models are projecting into grid cells that are 5 by 5 kilometers, so that SIDS actually fit in. That is a computational effort, and it's basically data creation. It is not data observation because the observation points do not exist. There are not enough weather reports, basically, over the past 50 years to break down to this level. Yeah.
Okay, and this data that you create is for example, the basis for NDC targets that's set by these countries?
No, it's basically not used for NDC targets. It's not used for anything which is mandatory reporting in the end. It is used to create, for example, project proposals to the GCF. It is used for forecasting climate change impacts to consider maps mostly, so only maps, not plans, in national adaptation plans. And it is used to make the point, the climate rationale, basically, for certain projects which require the breakdown of weather impacts over the future that we couldn't do with the other observational data that's existent. Okay. But if you talk to Met offices, they are doing the same. For instance, for countries where they have the capacities, meteorological offices would also do forecasting that way.
Okay, so what's the basis for the NDC targets that these countries would have? If you can answer that.
Question. That's a complex question, and I don't know if we can go into too much detail, but usually the way we do it is to use existing policy documentation as a starting point. So for instance, if the country has a national adaptation plan, that would be a starting point to see what targets the NDC would raise. They would basically come from the National Adaptation Plan. If they have sector adaptation strategies, that would also flow in there. And then we would sweep through the related policy areas where adaptation might be needed. So for instance, agriculture, food security, anything related to energy security, and see what policy measures are already in place and what projects are in the pipeline. And would translate these into basically a compendium of targets and do the math, how much all in all they would cost together, and put those pieces of information into the NDC, mostly as aspirational targets, because so far few countries have actually committed to binding adaptation targets, and it's not even clear on the international level what these would mean. So there's not much of a concern there in terms of the data that is underlying the targets, because there's not much databases behind them. They are more aspirational and looking into qualitative information, what the country needs into the future. But that is different if you look at financial supporting organizations like the Green Climate Fund. Fran, I think you may want to say something on that as well.
No, I think the only thing that I would add here is in developing the models to basically inform the target setting for the NDC, a variety of different type of information and data is used as data points to help understand kind of the trajectory. And part of that is imports, oil and gas imports, including heavy fuel oil. Where is it being used? How much of it, for example, in Antigua Barbuda's situation, how much of it is then sold on to for airline use, for using, for example, unpacking that in what is then used for shipping, who then refuels, like that type of data and information is used to help inform what is actually your national inventory versus what is kind of parked out on maritime or aviation, for example. And that's where somebody like an entity like West Indies Oil also plays a pretty big role in the type of information and data you have that helps inform what the Antigua's emission profile really looks like. Because just taking imports and exports of, fossil fuels is not the best case to make a decision against, basically.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you, Jan. Thank you.
So did that answer your question in the end? Or do you want to come back?
Yes, the question was answered. Thank you again, colleagues, for joining us. Do have a lovely afternoon, and thanks again for the interventions.
Thank you, Annalyn. Thanks, everybody in the room.
Been a pleasure. Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
All right, we've had a very long day. I just want to beg your indulgence for the last session. It's on... I lost my train of thought here, sorry. So our final session today will examine the financial landscape for NDC implementation, and it will be moderated by Ms. Donna King Braffett. We did have a tea break scheduled, however, we're running behind time, so what I would ask you to do is you can just make your way to the back of the room and grab something while we introduce the speakers for the third session. All right, so session 3, mobilizing sustainable financial resources for NDC implementation. Today we have on the panel Mr. Derek Gibbs, Climate Finance Specialist from the Caribbean Development Bank, as well as Ms. Sasha Jatansing, sorry if I mixed up that pronunciation, from the Commonwealth Climate Finance Advisor, Antigua and Barbuda, as well as Mr. Fernando Andrade, Regional Climate Change Technical Specialist for UNDP, Latin America and the Caribbean. And I think we have online Ms. Jennifer Doherty Begara from the Inter-American Development Bank. Can you confirm if Ms. Begara is online?
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. So with that, I would hand it over to colleagues. I would just give you 2-3 more minutes to just get back to your seats before we hand it over to the moderator.
The bottom line is we know basically what we require to be able to fulfill our NDC promises and commitments. The reality is that coming out on top, of course, is human resources. Do we have the human capacity? So capacity building is at the forefront of many of our brains, as it were, in terms of thinking of how to move forward. And do we have the financial resources? And we've had quite a bit of information shared about financial resources. Data continues to be an issue for the region. And I think the last session was excellent. I think we should give our presenters and participants another round of applause on that data session. I found it particularly interesting. And now to look a little bit more closely at finance. How do we actually mobilize sustainable financial resources for NDC implementation? So welcome, panel. It's wonderful to share the space with you. And I'm just going to ask you to just take 2 minutes each to introduce yourselves. We're going to begin with Fernando. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm Fernando Andrade. I'm the regional specialist on climate change and support all the coordination of the climate promise in the Latin American and the Caribbean region for UNDP in the regional hub in Panama.
Thank you. Sasha?
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Sasha Jatansing. I am the Commonwealth Climate Finance Advisor to Antigua and Barbuda, so I'm representing the Department of Environment as well as the Commonwealth Secretariat. Thank you.
Okay, Derek?
So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here representing the Caribbean Development Bank as the climate finance specialist, working on various climate finance projects and programs at CDB.
Thank you, Derek. And Jennifer, who's joining us online. Thanks very much for joining us, Jennifer.
Thank you for allowing me to be online from home. So Jennifer Doherty-Begara, I'm the Senior Climate Change Specialist of the Inter-American Development Bank in Barbados, and my primary role is to mainstream climate change into all our operations, both loans and technical cooperations.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. So, panelists, in 5 minutes, I'm going to ask each of you to answer this question. What are the barriers for capacity strengthening interventions for mobilizing and deploying public and private climate finance to drive NDC implementation at the domestic or local level? And what are the opportunities? And I'll repeat it because I know it's a long question. But we're basically examining barriers and opportunities. What are the barriers for capacity strengthening interventions for mobilizing and deploying public and private climate finance to drive NDC implementation at the domestic or local level? And what are the opportunities? Fernando?
Yes, thank you. Well, I think that this is the question that we all came here to hear about, and what's the answer? But I think that there is not like a correct answer. There are several different paths, but the challenge for countries is, from our perspective, is to secure like a comprehensive whole of government approach to deliver like a coherent response to climate change, and this must include both private and public sector. So it's pretty much like countries has the challenge of creating a climate fiscal framework. And to do this, obviously there are several steps that need to be taken. The first one is governments are in the need to develop and implement some methodologies that allows them to identify what are the expenditures related to climate change and how those expenditures are actually integrated with their budgetary national budgetary processes. So this is very important because it's something that also needs to be done in the framework or within the national policies, and also within the institutional arrangements that are already in place. So this is very important because only that way will be possible to integrate climate change related expenditures with the national budgetary target. And it sounds easy, but it's really, really challenging. And actually it's a little bit more difficult than it sounds, because ministries of finance needs to converse with ministries of environment to do so. And it's not that there is a lack of will. It seems to me that there is the priorities and the language differs from one to another. And right there, I think it's important to build those bridges. And right there, it's where the international cooperation becomes more relevant and one of the key actors, because we as UNDP have been supporting the countries for several years now, trying to bridge to bridge that gap, to create that bridge of communication between ministries of finance and ministries of environment. But once that you get there, so there's where you can see the great opportunities, because once the communication is fluid, so once that both ministries have identified common priorities, so at that point, the governments can allocate additional or like increase the resources towards sustainable development activities. And they can do that through the implementation of these methodologies or improving their tax collection systems. So the only winner here is the environment itself. And I want to add one last thing here. It's because we have talked about how to include the private sector, right? And yes, the public sector and the public finance is not nearly enough. The private sector needs to enter into the conversation, needs to be part of the conversation, and needs to become a key actor on this. So that's why it's very, very important to understand what are the roles played by different stakeholders. What's the role of the government? What's the role and the interests of the private sector? And what's the role of the international organizations? And we as international organizations, what we can do is provide the appropriate support to make these conversations happen, to clearly identify these roles and make those catalytic activities that, make it spark that cooperation between different stakeholders. And to close, I think that important also that the international organizations talk to each other as well. Because we have heard that some institutions are doing some activities, other international organizations are also doing some activities regarding the same topic. So I think here that the coordination between agencies is also utterly important at this point.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Sasha, since you're here with us, what is your take on the question?
So in terms of, the barriers to climate finance, access to climate finance for the private sector and civil society sector and public sector in Caribbean SIDS, I think that's always the issue. What are the barriers, the challenges, and then looking at the opportunities. So, there has been various studies done by, Climate Change Division, CANARI, and also the GCF Independent Evaluation Unit. They did a recent study on access to climate finance for SIDS. And all these studies really pinpoint the issues. I mean, first and foremost, we always talk about limited financial capacity to implement in SIDS. So, this is related to inadequate access to finance, also the high transaction costs that we're faced with, and small and isolated markets. So we have the issues with competitiveness here, right? And then also we have to look at, lack of awareness and knowledge of climate risk. So looking at limited access to information on climate risk on business operations, and also looking at what are suitable adaptation and mitigation options for businesses, for community groups, for civil society organizations in Caribbean SIDS. We also have to look at what are the constraining policies, planning and regulations that really hinder mitigation and adaptation here in the Caribbean. And that could be, non-climate related policies, such as grid connectivity policies, or policies that create a less than enabling environment. So things like, import duties and taxes on renewable energy technologies, which could be a real hindrance to the uptake of renewable energy and to drive the energy transition here. We also have to look at I would say, other policies that could really hinder adaptation in the private and public sector, and that could be how we look at insurance. So right now, if it is that, like here in Antigua and Barbuda, if I decided to install solar PV, I decided to make my homes more hurricane resistant and so on, that now means that the value of my house increases exponentially, which means my premium also increases. And that actually is a deterrent to people to actually climate proof their homes, actually want to go forward with installing solar PV. Right? So these are the policies that we need to look at that are not really climate related, but have a real effect on how we implement climate action here in the region. And then also, what was discussed, the insufficient technical capacity faced across all sectors, proposal development, what are the skills to evaluate investment options, which was discussed previously, and then also knowledge of climate finance processes. How do you apply to the GCF or the Adaptation Fund? A lot of civil society organizations, private sector organizations, and even public agencies don't know how to do this. And I think those are from those barriers, we see there are a lot of opportunities that organizations, whether it be regional, like the 5Cs, like CCRI, or international UNDP, the Commonwealth Secretariat through the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub could really support capacity strengthening in how we could enable access and mobilization of climate finance to the countries that most need it. Great. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sasha. I like the point about knowledge sharing. I think it was raised in another panel earlier today, and perhaps we need to make sure that there are avenues for proper knowledge sharing. We have to come up with some way of doing this, especially as a region, because again, we're not necessarily talking to one another as we ought to. And then the point that you would have made as well, Fernando, about the agencies talking to one another. It seems as though there's a communication breakdown in many ways that could perhaps save us from some of the stress that we are facing in terms of not being able to address the issues that we're facing. In addition to that, the policies being appropriate, that is something that I believe we've been struggling with for quite some time. But but we don't give up. So at least we have some solutions. I'm going to turn now to Jennifer, who's online, Jennifer, and ask to have your take on the overarching question that I would have mentioned earlier. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. And it is hard not to go back to the arguments that were kind of provided by some of the panelists here. So maybe I'll go back to some of them and give a take from the IDB side, because as you said, Fernando was mentioning coordination. And I think that's also where we need to acknowledge where is the value added of each entity or a group or stakeholder in this process. So in the sense, when we're talking about building institutional capacity, we need to build upon efforts that have been there before we came in. Because it is important to understand, for example, that some of us only have technical grants or technical corporations to provide, but then other agents can provide loans and scale up the good efforts or the good initiatives that have been identified. So in that sense, I would totally agree that there is a need for more coordination, and especially because it's the first thing we ask governments to have. It's interesting how we are very good at pinpointing, what the government could do better when we are actually struggling to do the same thing. And in that sense, it's also an interesting point that Fernando was raising when he talked about ministries of finance. Ministries of finance need to be part of this conversation, because we're seeing it right now when they talk about the need for innovative kind of mechanics or instruments to access, for example, bonds. We can talk about blue bonds, sustainability bonds, but for the government to be able to
I believe we're having a technical challenge. I guess a technical team. I'm hoping that Jennifer will come. She's back. Sorry, Jennifer, we lost you.
You lost me?
Yes, for a second.
All right.
Just when you started to mention blue bonds and ministries of finance.
I'm so sorry for that. I guess it's part of the logistics issues. But yes, it was just mentioned that the ministries of finance need to rely on the ministries of environment. And in that sense, they need to give them the resources and the capacity to attain those targets. Right now, we're working on a debt for nature conversion here in Barbados. And it is important to understand that most of the work will be done by the Ministry of Environment and different groups. But it's the same for environment because they have the technical capacity. The Ministry of Finance needs to rely on them and therefore give them the resources they need. But it's also the other way around. When we talk about NDCs, what we're trying to get is not only philosophical documents, but actually what we want is investment plans. So that's also when the Ministry of Environment needs to rely on the Ministries of Finance, which have been doing this for a long time. What we need to ensure is that now climate change is mainstreamed into all of this. So that would be very important. And also, it's also how do we discuss about, yes, access climate finance, GCF, GEF, there are different funds out there, but it is important to understand that they do not work as fast as we would like them to work. especially when we talk about the private sector. The private sector sometimes looks at this, might find a solution, but it's not the solution they need in the time they require. So it's also how do we empower them to access that? And finally, silos need to be broken down. When we talk about NDCs, it needs to go beyond our community. We need to have indicators. We need to have specific targets on how to attain them. Because I was listening today, some of the participants were talking about we should cost all our NDCs. But is this something that is really going to make things better? Because we talk about driving ambition, but what we really want to drive is implementation. And in that sense, how do we ensure that as we're strengthening the capacities of the governments, we're really making NDCs a reality? So I think that gap is still yet to be broken and filled with good ideas. So for me right now, it would be investment plans, the best way to go, and seek how they complement one another with the different expertise from the different groups, both institutions, multilateral development banks, and others.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. Very comprehensive. And yes, the silos, they seem to always be our downfall, certainly in the region, and I'm sorry to say even at the local and national levels, this siloing of how we think. And yet we say that we want to be able to address climate change concerns, but in everything that we look to address from an environmental point of view, it's part of a bigger picture, which is a sustainable development picture. And sustainable development, as we all know, is three-dimensional. Well, it has three dimensions to it. And so to have a Ministry of Finance or Economics not engaging in a meaningful way with the Ministry of Environment, not engaging meaningfully with our social partners, perhaps doesn't make any sense. I think we're often shooting ourselves in the foot in that regard. So moving on then to Derek. Derek, your take then on our overarching question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we already, I think there's a good agreement, a common agreement about the capacity or the lack of, and to really address the capacity, I don't think we're going to be able to do that overnight, and therefore this will be an ongoing process to build the human capacity, to build technological capacity, and that may be holding us back. But then we ask the question, in the meantime, what needs to be done and who will do it? So a regional agency like CDB, we are here to support our 19 born member countries, and we have taken the strategic position to help mobilize funding for our countries and to help to build the capacity that is needed. So therefore, CDB over time has been supporting its born member countries in terms of building our capacity, so providing technical support. This is grant support to help, to help them to build that capacity where that is needed. And that is part of our mandate. Our mandate also is to mobilize funding for our countries. So rather than maybe countries doing it on their own, part of the effort at the Caribbean Development Bank is to see how we can tap in to concessionary, particularly concessionary resources. We have partnered with the EIB, the European Investment Bank. We've also partnered with the UK to provide highly concessionary resources, and that goes towards climate actions. That counts for the NDCs implementation. We have also providing training to our member countries, and we're also on the side of the private sector. We are over time we have been providing lines of credit to DFIs. This is the development finance institutions within our various countries, and those lines of credit will then be given to private sector, particularly MSMEs, for climate actions, particularly in REE, in the REE space. So renewable energy and energy efficiency. Sorry for the acronyms. So we
Yes,
have been,
acronyms lose some of us, so let's just.
no problem. CDB is full of
Thank you.
acronyms. So I think part of our effort in recognizing the challenges of the member countries is to see how we can support them in the meantime to not only mobilize but also to deploy. So in a lot of our projects, we are building in climate assessments, climate risk assessments to ensure that those challenges are identified and they are addressed in the investment projects, other programs that we are supporting. In terms of opportunity, I think by doing all of this, what we then get is more bankable projects because we are addressing the challenges and the deficiencies. So therefore, we can put forward stronger projects for our countries. And by putting forward stronger projects, then we have greater access to other sources of financing like GCF or Adaptation Fund. So by doing all of that, we then ensure that we can, address the needs and help countries to see, in terms of implementation of the NDC, to see those achievements. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Derek. So at least we know that at the regional level, we've got support from CDB and the kinds of things that you've been outlining that are needed by our regional member states. That's excellent. So, I mean, no one is actually working against the other, but we do seem to have an issue perhaps with communicating. And of course, there's the danger of duplication of effort that we must be mindful of, because that in and of itself can put a hit on our resources that are already rather scarce. So thank you all panelists. So now I'm going to turn to some specific questions for each panelist. And this is in keeping with their particular area of expertise or the organization that each one of you is working alongside of or with, or that you're a member of. So I'm going to begin with Fernando. And I'm keeping in this order to some extent because of the way that we want this conversation to continue to progress. So Fernando, we know that you deal with methodologies for mobilizing and tracking climate expenditure. So if it's possible, could you please give us 2 examples of the applications of these methodologies?
Yeah, Madam Chair, of course, well, probably better than providing you 2 examples, because there's like 3 methodologies or tools, as you want to call them, that are being promoted by UNDP and other partners in the region. And the first one is the Climate Public Expenditure and Institutional Review, the CPIR. I think that is probably the most known methodology that is being applied in several countries in the region. And what this methodology does is it does like an analysis on the side of the policy development, on the side of the institutional strength, and on the side of the public financing that needs to be mobilized to identify how the climate-related expenditures are integrated into the national budgetary processes. But there is another one, which is the climate budget tagging, CBT. The climate budget tagging is becoming more and more important because the CPIR is pretty much a picture on what is happening on a period of time, but the CBT is pretty much a tool, a methodology that allows you to, in fact, tagging what are the climate expenditures and how those climate expenditures will be incorporated in the future, in the future budgeting of the different national institutions. And finally, we have the investment and financial flows. And I think this is the most important, interesting of those 3, because decision makers needs to recognize the need of solid information. We have been talking about the lack of information. So they say, the IFF will allow you to understand what are the expenditures that you need to do in the future to close the gap. So a very interesting example that I would like to share with you is the case of Chile. And why I'm mentioning Chile, Chile has moved forward with a lot of things and innovative ideas as well. I remember Jennifer was talking about the sustainable link bonds, green bonds, blue bonds. So Chile actually was one of the, if not the first country to issue a sustainable link bond as a way to mobilize funds that helps them to tackle climate change. But it was also the first country where UNDP were able to apply those three tools, those three methodologies simultaneously. And the results were outstanding because during this process, which was not easy, it took time, but this climate budget tagging methodology and the investment financial flows methodology are actually institutionalized in Chile. And just, it was, let me see if I have some information here. Yes, it was this year, in March this year, that they issued their national budget law. And by law, now Chile have implemented the CBT and the IFF as methodologies that all the institutions that are part of the government needs to have into consideration for when they are programming for investments, when they are budgeting, doing their annual budgets, and they also have to inform using the CPIR how those expenditures were made and if they actually meet the targets. So this is really interesting because most of the countries in the region could learn from these experiences. Of course, Chile is a different case, but the methodology is the same. So we can work that out here in the Caribbean region. And I'm sure that having like a regional approach will be somehow a little bit more, let's say, easier to support the countries on applying these kind of methodologies for each of the governments.
Thanks for that, Fernando. I think that is particularly interesting. And I have a quick follow-up question about how long did it take for methodologies to become, part and parcel of the success story of Chile?
Well, that was a process. It started somewhere around 2012. But it's not like we started doing everything at the same time. We started with CPIR, so that was kind of the first pilot. When that worked, so actually it was replicated in El Salvador, was replicated in Ecuador, with other countries. But then Chile moved forward with the climate budget tagging, which is also being replicated in other countries in the region. But the whole process, let's say, took around from 5 to 8 years, but take into consideration that was the first one. That, let's say that was the pilot. So the idea with these exchanges that we're having here is to fast forward implementation of those methodologies in other countries. And I believe that that's workable.
Excellent. I like the idea of a regional approach, of course, to utilizing those methodologies. Before we go any further, colleagues, please permit me to welcome the Honorable Minister Frederick of Dominica. Thank you for joining us, sir. Happy to see you and looking forward to your participation, not only this evening, but I believe tomorrow as well. So welcome. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go very quickly next to Derek. I know I'm just switching it up a little. Don't worry, it's late in the afternoon. All right, so Derek, my question to you is, how is the CDB partnering with the domestic financial institutions to support NDC implementation? And by the domestic financial institutions, I'm sure you'll be able to tell our friends here exactly what we mean. In Barbados, we would think of credit unions and other institutions. So yes, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for the question, and is an important question because we have heard today that we need to engage private sector more since public resources will not be enough. So that is a focus of CDB in terms of partnering. But Currently, CDB, we work through, as I mentioned just now, and the DFIs, which are the domestic financial institutions or the national development banks. And how we work through those institutions is that we usually will provide lines of credit as requested from those institutions with the support of the government to provide resources, usually concession resources, which is then on lend to the private sector, particularly for renewable energy and energy efficiency projects or programs. So that is the way that currently we are engaging with financial institutions. We don't engage directly with those with like credit unions or maybe even commercial banks. I don't know in the future if that may be a path for CDB, but as I indicated, the intention is to expand private sector engagement, particularly as it relates to the MSMEs, because we realize that a large part of our private sector is really MSMEs. And the question is, how do we support those institutions in terms of providing concessionary funding to help to carry out some of the climate change actions that we need, or programs that we need to undertake. So that is part of CDB's focus. We do have a strategy, a private sector strategy, and within that strategy, that is the aim, is to expand private sector engagement. But yes, as I indicated, we are engaging in financial institutions, but the question would be, do we want to now, expand that, maybe to credit unions? Currently, we have this DFE, is a GCF project that we're developing, which will be also supported, which will also be supported by CDB, and that is currently under preparation for GCF funding. But part of that DFI project, which has a similar model where with GCF resources, we will then lend those resources to those financial institutions in Belize, Jamaica, and St. Lucia. We're targeting those three countries. Part of the question would be, do we also want to channel those resources through entities like credit unions? So that is a question. As I indicated, the project is still under development, but when we get to the issue of how do we move those resources, then that may be something we will have to look at. Because I know currently there are, I think in St. Kitts and Nevis, there's an application for the credit union there to be accredited to the GCF. So there are institutions like credit unions in the region who are moving towards that type of engagement. So the question would be, how will CDB engage with those institutions? So that is something that we're looking at. Thank you.
Very happy, Derek, that is under consideration, though. Hence the question. Okay, so thanks very much for bringing us up to speed on where we are with how you're interacting with what we consider to be domestic financial institutions. Really hope that there can be some expansion. Yes. Jennifer, your question is, well, yeah. Given the SIDS context of the Caribbean region, how can we scale up adaptation financing in the context of the NDC implementation? And could you please give us some examples?
First, thank you. And I hope I won't get in trouble with my Wi-Fi this time. Just maybe to provide a couple of figures, I would say that we are behind on adaptation finance. It is sadly the reality we're facing. Right now, for example, MDBs are around 25% of their climate finance is targeting adaptation. The IDB is not doing so bad, since on our side, we're doing 35 or climate finance targeting adaptation, but we still need to do much more. So how we're trying to do it is to really ensure that whenever we're talking about development investments, we need to talk about adaptation when it relates to SIDS. It's impossible for us to keep on participating and collaborating and working with SIDS without ensuring that everything we do is not kind of enhancing resilience in those countries. So, for example, what we are doing right now is that by the beginning of next year, all our projects will be Paris aligned. And this is kind of simple when we talk about mitigation. We're also trying to enhance adaptation. So in that sense is how do we ensure that our projects do not trigger maladaptation investments, but also how do we ensure that all of our colleagues from very different sectors. So we did a recent publication that was saying that to ensure that our region has NDC becoming a reality, we need to finance between 2 and 11%.
Sorry, Jennifer, your internet
ensure
is...
that NDC becomes a reality.
Okay.
To come.
So Jennifer?
Fading again.
Yeah, we kind of lost you for a bit. So...
I'll try to do it without the camera. Maybe it's going to work better.
Okay, so if you could just repeat for us a little bit regarding the stats that you started to share. Thank you.
Yes, of course. So yes, I was mentioning the publication we just released on how to ensure that NDCs become a reality. So the figures I was sharing is that between 2 and 8% would have to be spent, this is based on GDP, annually to ensure that infrastructure is resilient. But the figures that were really interesting were the ones related to social investments. And that's where we're talking about 5 to 11% for countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And that's where we kind of our banner right now is to really showcase that just transition requires resiliency. And when we say just transition, we shouldn't just focus on green jobs and how to ensure that whatever fossil fuel jobs are lost are created in the renewable energy process. No, what we are talking about is really about social safety nets and how do we ensure that insurance goes the extra mile, but also social programs. For example, it was very interesting for us to have an example from Brazil in which we knew that Bolsa Familia was a social program that was created for a specific target. Nonetheless, it was georeferencing some of the families, and it was used as a perfect channel to ensure that families could get their resiliency increased every time natural catastrophe came by, or there was a flooding, or there was heat stress. So that's where we want to ensure that climate change is understood by all the different sectors. For example, right now in Barbados, we're working on a loan in the education sector. So we're not only talking about how to ensure that the infrastructure is targeting climate change, both mitigation and adaptation, but also trying to ensure that whatever programs are being developed include climate change information and mostly resilient information, what it is resilient. And it has so many different of this is included. So for us, it's not only talking about like, oh, resiliency is more expensive, it's making our development more expensive. No, today we know that with fiscal constraints, we should understand resiliency as the way to do things right. And in that sense, it's ensuring that whatever bridge is built today will not fall apart tomorrow, because that's money that is just going to waste. So that's our philosophy right now. And it would seem to be quite rational, but it is not that easy to implement. So that's how we're trying to enhance our climate finance adaptation figures. But very much all of this is also kind of hindered because of the additionality perspective we have had for a couple of decades now. And it is important to see resiliency as just doing things with the technology we have and not always limiting ourselves to the lack of data. Because, of course, we've been talking all day about the lack of data and how we could ensure that data is collected and that the data collected is of quality. Nonetheless, we can't just, avoid moving forward because we do not have the information. There are so many different proxies that we can use to ensure that we move forward. And actually last week I was part of a panel on urban resiliency. And you could see how, for example, now they're using lighting figures to understand how populations react after a hurricane. And it's, because there's lack of data, because they were unable to do the appropriate surveys after the impact. But that's also how we can ensure that if we're talking about technologies, how we can ensure that they provide the data we don't have. And on top of that, they would be compensating for their carbon footprint that we know is also part of the deal. So in that sense, it's like, how do we make sure that whatever instruments are out there can help us enhance the resiliency in SIDS countries?
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. That was excellent. Happy to hear that we can, certainly that IDB is looking at incorporating or more or less mainstreaming climate throughout all of its projects. I think that's something that we need to look at. How do we actually mainstream some of these important factors towards climate, and at the same time be able to keep on our sustainable development path, which was the point I was making. Everything that we think about, it is for our development, it is for our sustainability. And so, again, the silos that were mentioned earlier, we need to keep breaking those down, yes? Okay, so finally, Sasha, your question is, what opportunities exist to engage micro, small, and medium enterprises through the SURF Fund in Antigua and Barbuda? And how are gender considerations being addressed in this respect? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I know Melissa would have discussed the Sustainable Island Resource Framework Fund a bit in the first panel. And the SURF Fund is Antigua and Barbuda's national environmental fund. And it was established under the Environmental Protection and Management Act 2015 and updated in 2019. And this fund it's a fit for purpose financing mechanism. And it really looks at incorporating the culture, as Melissa had indicated, that concept of box hand or susu. So it acts as a revolving fund where, it encourages people to want to give back in order to build the community. And the SURF Fund is interesting because it's able to mobilize climate finance from various sources, multilateral sources like the GCF, the AF, the GEF, also regional sources, bilateral sources, as well as domestic sources such as, taxes, levies, and user fees. And the SURF Fund is able to be accessed by public sector agencies, private sector, and civil society organizations and communities. And we have various financial instruments to do that. So grants, concessional loans, and also a microequity option for small and micro enterprises. And the SURF Fund is quite interesting because it acts as an intermediary to channel climate finance from, the multilateral funds down to the local level, to the communities and the people who need it, those that are most vulnerable. So what the SURF Fund is doing is it's trying to share risk, where we focus on targeting those, businesses, those individuals who are too high risk for, the commercial banks to be able to access loans or financing to build climate resilience for their properties, for their businesses. And what's interesting is that our default rates on our concessional loans are just 2% concessional loans that we offer. It's on par with the default rates from commercial banks. These are just preliminary data. I mean, the projects are still going on. But it really shows that, trying to incorporate that culture where, we have this revolving fund and people understand the concept of it, saying that when you pay back your loans, you're able to now help other people in your community, other businesses to benefit from, from building climate resilience at that level. And I think that is quite interesting, and it's and it's quite successful. The fund is still being operationalized. So we do have a governance structure. We're still developing and strengthening our various, policies, processes, and manuals. So it's a learning by doing. And in terms of the micro equity for small and micro enterprises, and this is both formal and informal SMEs. We are piloting a micro equity financing window right now under the Path to 2020 JEF-funded project, which really focuses on biodiversity conservation and climate adaptation in the Shakely Mountains managed area, the SMME, in St. Mary's Parish. And it's really a pilot to determine what are the microequity financing structures, what are the criteria, and what would these contracts look like. We have to look at getting buy-in and educating and our SMEs to even consider microequity. And how would that look for a SIDS like Antigua and Barbuda? So we're really trying to develop that. And what we're hoping is that, the Department of Environment is a direct access entity to the GCF. And we're actually going up for, reaccreditation next year. And we're hoping to do a status upgrade as well. So what we want is that this pilot for microequity could be used for our status upgrade. So we can now start channeling, more, I would say, innovative financing to the, the target sectors that need it, our small and micro enterprises, and looking at how do we build capacity for them, how do we make the informal sector more formalized, but what works for them. And that's why the SAFE Fund is so interesting in its design. It really looks at it being fit for purpose and looking at the national context in which we operate. Thank you.
So is there a gender component, so to speak?
Yes.
Do you have more men than women perhaps applying for these facilities?
So what we definitely do for the SAFE Fund is that we look at, gender disaggregated data. We always look at that. We definitely encourage, women, men, and so and youth to apply for the various grants or loans and so forth. And also, we have specific indicators in each of our projects that are specifically related to gender. So our GCF Enhanced Direct Access project, our regional EDA project, we actually have a target whereby we want 5% of all our recipients to be, women, single mothers from the target community of Cashew Hill. And that's something that we have to report against. And what we've realized with this issue of communication, how do we communicate and share this, the SAFE Fund to the target community? And so last year we had, I think the number of applications for loans were about 20. And then, in 2020 it was about 25 people. Then, last year it increased by about, it was like 100 and something. And it's really how we changed our stakeholder engagement and communication. So before we would share information, online, radio, have workshops. Then we changed it and did a really community-based approach where we did walkabouts. We would go and meet people at their homes. We interacted and really built relationships with community leaders like churches and the pastors and they really shared this information, and we got that buy-in and trust. And I think that really helped with how we were able to now channel the funds to these vulnerable communities from that. So it's really looking at this fit for purpose.
Excellent.
And how we really design the fund to meet our needs in terms of building climate resilience and meeting our NDC targets.
Thanks a lot, Sasha. I think that's a first-class best practice, so to speak, in terms of how we mobilize funding specifically for climate action, but not forgetting that communities especially have other needs. And perhaps I'd really like to think that this is replicable across the region. And perhaps it is something that many more of us should take a closer look at. So thanks for sharing that. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's late in the day. Everybody is tired. We're tired of hearing and seeing all of us. But questions. Does anyone in our remaining audience have a question at this time for our panelists? And nobody has a question? Do I pick somebody? Please go ahead, Melissa. Thank you. Mike is coming. Maybe they're recording, so they would prefer you to use the mic. Thank you.
Hi, so my question, I could really be taken by anyone. In the projects that we're implementing so far, the topic of financing always comes up, and my question, and make sure I'm phrasing this properly. So a lot of the commercial banks, at least here in Antigua, there's no special lending facility for sustainable investments at all. You can always get your regular loan, nothing special about it. Is there anything that is being done presently to maybe bring the banks on board, or bring them to the point where they can more accurately assess? Because I know they look at risk and how these things are implemented. So in my opinion, I think a sustainable investment should get a lower risk, because in the long term, it's better for the community, for the person. But it doesn't seem like it's being incorporated into their structure yet. Is there anything that the development banks are doing to address that issue? And if so, what might that be?
Excellent question. Who's going to answer? Jennifer, are you still with us? Perhaps we could start with IDB.
Yes, I would say that actually we're collaborating with CDB on how to create credit lines that ensure that specific financing is provided for sustainable investments. So in that sense, it is a matter of educating the financial partners we have, the commercial banks, and how also can we provide incentives. In this sense, for example, we're providing capacity building, and actually UNDP is helping us with that. And it's also how to, for example, provide incentives with lower interest rates, and seek how we can really ensure that there is demand for those credit lines. Because something that we've learned from the past is that we were doing those same credit lines in other countries, for example, in Latin America, but there was no demand. So in that sense, it's also how do you educate people that should be requesting this type of loans or different financial instruments. So I think we're working on this. We're happy to do it and partner with CDB and UNDP. There's still a long way, but I think also the context is making it a bit faster. The pace is increasing. Nonetheless, I would say, yes, many things need to be done. Sasha was also even mentioning enabling environment. Sometimes there are good things that could be done, but the enabling environment is not there to support them. So how do we change that and ensure that there are no obstacles to these different resilient investments or resilient credit lines that could be created?
Thanks a lot, Jennifer. Yes, go ahead, Derek.
Just to add to that, as I indicated, we don't directly interface with commercial banks, because I think you may be more referring to commercial banks. So there's no direct interface, but as you mentioned, there's always that risk element. And the question would be, how do we make money from these initiatives? We know with mitigation, there's always a cash payback to that. because you can make money off renewable energy because of the savings. But most of our countries, our focus is really on adaptation. And that is where the problem lies. Our banks, commercial banks, are they willing to take that risk? If they can't measure it, or if they can't, if they don't see it, or if they see it impacting negatively on their bottom line, then they're not going to take the risk. So that is where entities like CDB will come in, working with, again, with the FIs, the Development Financial Institutions, to provide concessionary resources so that those resources then can be unlinked at low rates to help with climate change projects. So that is how we are working. As I indicated, maybe in the future, that may change. But at this stage, we tend to work through those development financial institutions.
Thanks a lot, Derek. That's very, very heartening. So hopefully that answers your question, Melissa. Any other questions? Yes. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for this, everyone. So as a policy associate at the UNDP Jamaica office, we're about to undertake a climate budget tagging exercise under the Climate Promise. And so a question that I have for the panel would be, what would your recommendations be based on the methodology, or any lessons learned that we can implement as we go forward with this tagging exercise, particularly keeping in consideration the just transition, because that's also something that we'll be looking at and exploring, and any gender considerations that we may need to make when we're going through and working with the Climate Change Division and the Ministry of Finance to complete this.
Fernando, would you like to take that one? Thank you.
Well, this is an excellent question, and it's pretty much what we were talking about on how do we replicate this and fast forward implementation. And well, what the experience has told us is that first we need to start with capacity building. It's inevitable. We need to mainstream and raise awareness on the ministries of finance on how and why it's important to incorporate these climate change levels, or tagging, as you want to call it, into their national budget. So that's the first step. And secondly, we need to make sure, and this is very important, that this process is led by the Ministry of Finance, receiving technical support and technical assistance from the Ministry of Environment. So as I mentioned, those two ministries needs to work together. So it's a joint lead, but mainly led by the Ministry of Finance and supported by the Ministry of Environment. And at the end of the day, I think that supports and allows for a faster implementation once you got the Ministry of Finance well aware of what this means or how climate budget tagging can actually inform them on where they can make the best decisions based on, let's say, for example, the natural capital value, economic value, so they can actually allocate resources for adaptation, and as soon as they know what are the infrastructure investments that they need to do, that also help the country to increase their resilience. So there is also there in investments on adaptation and mitigation at the same time. So the Ministry of Finance, it's the key actor. It must lead and get the technical support from the Ministry of Environment.
Thanks very much, Fernando. Thank you for your question. I hope that helped. Wonderful. And so I'm going to take one last question. We are about out of time. Are there any other questions from the floor? And I'm not seeing any hands. I know that we are probably exhausted, but thank you all very much. Give yourselves a round of applause for sticking with this. And to our panel, Again, thank you very much, Fernando Andrade, UNDP Regional Climate Technical Specialist for Latin America and the Caribbean, Derek Gibbs of the CDB, Climate Finance Specialist, Jennifer Doherty Bigara, Policy Advisor and Senior Climate Change Specialist with the Inter-American Development Bank, and Sasha Jatan Singh, Commonwealth Climate Finance Advisor, Antigua and Barbuda. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a full day. I do hope that this answers some of our questions related to how we mobilize finance towards our efforts with implementing the NDCs. Looking forward to tomorrow's session. So thank you all very much for spending time with us. And I hand over now to our chairperson. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Donna. Colleagues, just to echo what Donna just said, thank you so much for participating in day one. We hope that you found some nugget that you can take away from today's deliberations. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day two. We start at 9:30 in the morning, God's willing. Minister, once again, welcome. We look forward to having you on the panel tomorrow. And do have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.